Okay, as you can see, this report prepared by LDCs, and there are 48 LDCs all around the world. Out of that, in this region, there are now 12 LDCs. This is the region where two of the LDCs have already graduated, and one of them is Maldives, and we are privileged to have the governor of the Maldives sitting here. Her country graduated very recently. And then the second country, which has been recommended and in the process of graduation, is Samoa. So this region used to have 14 LDCs. Now we'll have 12 LDCs. And my hunch is that in the next 10 to 12 years, this region will have no LDCs. So those who are working in the areas in this region will lose their job. I think it is better to lose the job and let these countries do well. Now, let me focus on the key messages. First message is that LDCs will be the battleground on which the SDGs will be either won or lost. And in this regard, as I mentioned, the rural areas where the battleground will be the hardest. If we can win the battleground in the rural areas, I think the LDCs will be able to do very well, and the global community will be doing very well. The second message is that SDGs, they both highlight the need and offer the opportunities for a new and different kind of approach for rural development. The status quo or the usual approach is not going to work. Then the third message is that, so this would imply that the poverty-oriented structural transformation, UNCTAD is calling it as POST, through the agricultural upgrading and diversification, particularly exploiting the agriculture non-farm synergies will be crucial. Fourthly, we have to link the demand and supply and differentiating among the rural areas and sequencing investment, intervention, and this will be very, very important. You have to invest in such a way that you invest the ones that will be needed the first. Fifthly, you have to increase the agricultural productivity, and this will require increasing input, use, and more importantly, the quality. And then secondly, strengthening agricultural research and development and extension, and of course, the infrastructure investment. Sixthly, financing for product investment will be needed, and that needs to be affordable as well as available, and it has to be well targeted, and it has to link with the business skills for the people. And so this will be to will the end is to will the means. So you cannot achieve anything if the means are not good. And finally, fulfillment of ODA commitments is essential, and the target for ODA to LDCs should be increased to 0.35. I think at the moment is 0.2. I don't know whether that will be possible or not. We have the ambassador from Switzerland. Perhaps he can address that. So these are the key messages that came out from the report. So let me start with the LDC and rural transformation from MDGs to LDGs, MDGs to SDGs. Now, basically, the goals would require to do the thinking differently. Because first, we can have half the poverty by first harvesting the low-hanging fruit, the so-called low-hanging fruit. Secondly, we can only eradicate poverty by eradicating it everywhere, so that the Agenda 2030 talks about that no one should be left behind. Thirdly, we need to focus where it is most difficult. And LDCs in particular, as I mentioned, will be the battleground. Now let's look at some slides. As you can see from this chart, there is a growing polarization between LDCs and other developing countries in terms of poverty. The yellow circle, where most of the LDCs, and by the way, most of them are from Africa region, they're bunched there, and the developing countries are bunched on the close to the zero. It's on the left-hand side. So there is a bigger gap between the developing countries and the developing countries, and of course the developed countries as well. And here you can see, comparing the poverty rates in the 1990s, which is labeled around the x-axis, there is a poverty reduction, and the blue ones are mostly the developing countries. So here what we can see here is that the difference between the LDCs and the developing countries, there is a big gap in terms of poverty reduction. Most developing countries are on track by 2015, and 2/3 of the LDCs are not. And in 7 LDCs in sub-Saharan Africa, poverty has increased. So this is an alarming sign. Now, this slide shows the gap between, especially in rural areas. Welcome, madam. In the rural areas, the incidence of poverty is typically around double that of the urban areas. The average income shortfall from national poverty line is typically 20% greater in rural areas of LDCs than the urban areas. So on the right-hand side is the rural areas, and on the urban side is the urban area. And it's quite visible. Now, this is an interesting graph. If you look at the graph from 1980 to 2010, and what it has been done is that based on the status quo, if they are forecast, you can see that the reduction in poverty is plateaued. If you look at the red line, which is which takes the dollar in a day, and the blue line is $25 a day. So if you forecast that line for the future, it will be flattened. So in order to achieve the poverty reduction significantly, and this is where during the MDGs period, poverty has come down, no doubt. On average, I think in this region, came down from 53% to 17 or 18%. But now, LDC's poverty reduction was not as impressive. So what will be needed now will be doubling our effort and that is where the sharp line that you can see. Okay, so the implication of SDGs, this highlights the diagram that I have shown, that we need a new model to attack and address the poverty. But efforts to fill the gaps will also change the economic environment for development in at least 3 areas, or in 3 ways. Increased infrastructure will lead to increased productivity. Increased infrastructure will increase demand, and accelerated poverty reduction will also generate demand growth. So this then provides the opportunity for a new model. So let me repeat, increased infrastructure will lead to increased productivity, And increased infrastructure investment will also increase the demand. People will demand that product. And then accelerated poverty reduction will also create the opportunity, and it's going to generate more demand. So in order for this new model to be applicable or to happen, income transfer can only be a part of the solution that they are financially unsustainable. And so we cannot just simply dole out the money. It is not sustainable. And also logistically it becomes very challenging. So the main engine must be the primary incomes from the economic activity. And of course, this will require the structural transformation, and particularly in labor productivity within the sector needs to be increased, and resources from lower to higher productivity sectors need to be shifted. The keys are labor productivity and technology. There needs to be a focus on employment for all at incomes above the poverty line, and should be matched by productivity, which would lead to a poverty-oriented structural transformation, as I mentioned earlier, as post. Now, in this slide, in order to achieve this structural transformation of the rural economy, labor productivity needs to be increased in both agriculture and non-farm activities. Additionally, the resources need to be shifted from lower to higher value crops in agriculture and from agriculture to non-farm production to encourage rural economic diversification. Again, the keys are productivity and technology, and emphasis needs to be placed on harnessing the synergies between agriculture and non-farm economy. So I will now turn to the agriculture productivity. Now, quickly, if you can look at the value added per worker in agriculture in LDCs, which is just 1.8%, it's the red one, 1.8% of the developed countries, and less than 1/5 of that of in other developing, 1.8 of the developed and 1/5 of the other developing economies. Now, both ratios, both is significantly worse than in either services or industry. This partly reflects the very high levels of mechanization in agriculture in the developed economies. Now, this is another chart which shows the labor productivity in LDC. Agriculture has declined relative to other developing economies, and still more rapidly relative to the developed economies. Although the rate of relative decline has slowed since the second half of the 1990s. You can see on the right side, it is a little bit plateaued now. So what are the determinants of agriculture productivity? There are at least 5 determinants of productivity. Firstly, the quantity of conventional inputs such as irrigation, which is low in Africa and island LDCs, but higher in Asian LDCs. Secondly, technology relating to R&D as well as the agriculture extension services is greater agroecological diversity makes this issue more problematic in Africa than in Asia. And thirdly, human capital, which is very, very important and crucial, particularly in terms of education, health, nutrition, and the evidence suggests that 4 years of education is needed at least to have that kind of level of productivity. Fourthly, public investment and policies to encourage knowledge building and provide infrastructure. And fifthly, agroecological conditions, in particular climate change, are key determinants of agricultural productivity. Now, The diagram that we are showing is the public expenditure on agricultural R&D globally has remained virtually constant relative to agricultural GDP at just under 1%. However, this makes a polarization between the country, as I mentioned earlier. In high-income countries, the ratio more than doubled between 1981 to 2008, from 1.5 to 3%, while it has stagnated around 0.5% in low and middle income countries. So this figure for the low income countries has fallen behind that of low income countries since 2000. Let me now quickly talk about the development of non-farm activities. Now, one important area is the urban proximity, and it is an important determinant of diversification and agricultural upgrading. Here, the rural non-farm economic development is more difficult if the activity is further away from the towns. Increasing rural-urban access is two-edged. It encourages wider markets and provides increased access to inputs, but leads to a loss of natural protection, and established urban suppliers are at a disadvantage. And identifying the right policy is just as critical as recognizing the very different opportunities and priorities in peri-urban, intermediate, remote, and isolated rural areas. Now, there is a contradiction between the need and opportunity. Remote and isolated areas have the greatest need for diversification, but has the least opportunities. Similarly, among the household, poorer households are forced into diversification by low agricultural incomes, but have limited capital and access to finance and little education. Additionally, poorer households face greater human cost in case of financial losses, leading to entrepreneurships by necessity in activities with low entry barrier, low productivity, and limited returns. And a shift here will be to dynamic entrepreneurship by choice is critical so that to poverty-oriented structural transformation. Now let me focus a little bit on the gender dimension. Women are around half of the rural and agriculture workforce, but they face major additional constraints, including the double burden of care and productive work, holding a disproportionate share of unpaid family labor. They have limited control over commercial proceeds from agriculture and non-farm activities, and limited access to finance markets. Relieving these constraints can make an important contribution to transformation. Now, this graph, it shows the gender gap in agriculture holding, particularly marked in Asian and West African LDCs, where men generally represents 90 to 95% of the landholders. Situation could be a little bit different in Asia, but certainly in Africa, it's almost over 90 to 95% are men are holding the land. Elsewhere in Africa and Haiti group, male bias is less strong, but women still represents only 15 to 30% of the landholders. Now, there is a substantial gender gap in wages across LDCs, particularly in Asia, where available data suggests that they are typically 30 to 40% compared to 10 to 12, 25% in African LDCs. I think the one example that we have is here for Nepal. Let me now focus on transforming rural economies and what are the policy agenda. Now, I would like to highlight 6 policy directions for transforming economies. Firstly, agricultural upgrading can be encouraged through extending cultivated areas where possible and sustainable, diversifying towards higher value crops through increasing in yield productivity created through technology and input use, and through market differentiation to raise prices. Secondly, emphasis should be placed on rural economic diversification by choice. This requires a shift from survivalist entrepreneurship by necessity to dynamic entrepreneurship by choice, and entails enterprise expansion, not micro-enterprise proliferation. The key driver of this is rural electrification. Thirdly, the synergies between agriculture and rural non-farm economic activities should be maximized. This means increasing staple production and local food stock to ensure reliable access. Agro-processing create value addition to the tradability. Furthermore, it promotes low-season employment, which can act to offset the seasonality of agriculture. Fourthly, demand linkages should be fostered, in particular between non-staple and processed food, basic consumer goods and services, and agricultural input supply. Fifthly, investment needs to be sequenced so that intervention can foster a supply response to increasing demand. And this is the final slide. The considerable investment that needs to be needs to meet the SDGs in LDCs will need to come mainly, of course, bigger chunk has to come from ODA, and SDGs 17 is for developed countries to implement fully their ODA commitment, and the 0.7% and 0.15 to 0.2% commitments are explicitly included. Aid effectiveness commitments, including on-country ownership, untying, etc., are implicitly included, since LDCs accounts for 40 to 50% of SDG shortfall. 0.35% would be more consistent with the 0.7% overall target. Support to productive sector is important, as well as social sectors, to make gains economically sustainable. ODA shortfall would leave a stark choice: either miss the goal or borrow unsustainably. Debt crisis as in the 70s and 80s. And certainly this is a major challenge and problem for African LDCs. Thank you very much. I look forward to having any comments. Maybe once we have the presentation, I would be happy to answer any question. So, Madam is here. She initially sent me an SMS that maybe we may ask the Swiss ambassador, Madam, would you be still willing to go second? Okay. So, it is now my honor and privilege to invite Her Excellency, Ambassador of Bangladesh, Madam Saida Mona Tanzim. She's a very dynamic lady, very hardworking, and she speaks from her heart. Madam, the microphone is yours.
Thank you for your kind words. We're all hardworking. But I had a transportation challenge this morning, so I was a bit late, and I do apologize for that. I'm supposed to be commenting on LDCs or on your report. I really haven't read the report, unfortunately. But I would like to mention about my country. Currently, we have undertaken the onerous responsibility of being the LDC coordinator. So therefore, it's a huge responsibility, and we are looking towards all the global conferences outcomes, particularly the Financing for Development, a UN SDG Summit that has just concluded, and the Financing for Development in Addis Ababa, and of course the COP21. I'll comment on those just a bit later. I do want to reflect on my country's situation, how we are transforming, how we are pursuing, Bangladesh is pursuing a transformative agenda from MDGs to SDGs. Yeah, as you know, that Bangladesh is a large country, and we are disadvantaged in the sense that there's structural geographical disadvantage. We're very small in size, and we have 160 million people to feed, and we have the lowest land-man ratio in the world. That means per capita land for agriculture, for any kind of usage, for habitat, is very limited. And we do face the challenge of climate change. That means, according to the IPCC report, 30% of Bangladesh's coastal areas is expected to go down by 2050. And 35 million people will be displaced for that. So it's a huge challenge for a country which is already currently an LDC and facing a huge challenge with agriculture. And yet, I'm very happy to report that, and I must mention that Bangladesh has been quoted, including by no other than the UN Secretary General, quite a few times over the last few years about our remarkable achievements in development. Our development performance has been lauded, and our growth rate has been predicted by global independent auditors such as PricewaterhouseCoopers, which says that Bangladesh currently we are the 34th largest GDP in the world. However, there's a prediction that we'll be amongst the 23rd largest economy by 2050. Obviously, the sheer size of our GDP is large. And yet, of course, we face challenges. We have got these ratings by Goldman Sachs that we'll be the next 11 growth leaders, frontier 5 in telecom market. Obviously, we have 110 million people using mobile telephones. It's a huge market for any telecom industry. But we have made considerable progress over the years on MDGs. And of course, there are few secrets and very known secrets, not unknown secrets, that other LDCs are also pursuing. Some of the successes I would mention that, we have achieved most of the MDGs more or less by 2010, 2011, and particularly the ones which deals with poverty, the heart of the MDGs agenda, and a very special focus on gender equality. Our Prime Minister has quite often, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, she's quite often mentioned that, how has Bangladesh done so well in MDGs? Every year she goes to the UN, she's given a special slot to speak on our successes on MDGs. Well, the recipe was very simple. First of all, we integrated the MDGs into our 5-year plans. That means into our national development strategy. We had a result-oriented development framework. That means we are always matching our performance. How did we do in MDGs? We were very target-oriented. Number 2 is a very strong political commitment, which is absolutely necessary if the political leadership is focused on empowering the people. And here comes the third success. That means empower the people. That means we're talking about the rural focus on LDC report. Absolutely, that was the strategy for Bangladesh. It was a very rural capacity development, capacity building development agenda where rural people were empowered through microcredit, through access to local services, and digitalization was a major focus. We call it Digital Bangladesh. And by 2020, we have set very ambitious targets, just like the SDGs, that we will graduate to a middle-income country by 2021. And hence, we have set certain national agenda, including digitalization, a very knowledge-based society, and social innovations. And this has been mentioned in the UNDP HDI report that one of the successes for Bangladesh's development performance is continual looking towards development solutions and social innovations. For example, from the rural agriculture point of view, of course, we're still an agriculture-based economy, but we were focusing on climate resilience. Our Prime Minister was given the award of Champions of the Earth because of our policies on climate resilience. We were waiting for no one to give us money in a climate resilience fund, but we have created our own climate resilience fund, and we're really focusing on how to make agriculture completely climate resilient. And perhaps that's going to be a major focus in the future, in the next, in the agenda for 2030. And here we are developing climate resilient rice brands which will grow in saline water. And hence, we have tripled our food production. We are a fully food self-sufficient country. So these are some of the recipes for success in our MDGs. And I would like to mention some of the successes that are some of the areas where we'll focus. if you look at our development trend, it took us 38 years to become a member of US $100 billion GDP club, but to become a 200 billion GDP club, it has taken us much less time. It's going to happen by next year. So by 2015-16, Bangladesh will join 200 billion GDP mark. And it took us 20 years to double our per capita income, but only 7 years to double it again. So the progress and the rate of development has become very acutely fast. We've fast-tracked it over the last few years. And we believe that since we have done that successfully, we should be able to do it in the next 30 years too, next 15 years. Our exports are, if you look at the macroeconomic situation, there are three factors to our macroeconomic stability and our current accounts. Number one is the export. As we know, we are the second largest RMG exporter in the world. And from 300 million in the 70s, it's gone to 32 billion. And the growth rate is an average 10 to 15%. Our remittances have gone from 5 billion to 16 billion last year, and remittance is a big part of our macroeconomic stability. And of course, we are looking towards FDI, and we've created 10 million jobs nearly, and we do plan to create over this period from 1990s, over the last 4 years. There have been a huge economic transformation in the rural area in terms of women having access to microcredit and women also catering to the RMG sector. That means productive labor, their integration into the productive labor force. So there are 90% of women who, 90% of employees in the RMG sector are women. Poverty has been reduced as an average of other LDCs from 57% to 24%, but our food production have tripled, and we have contained our population growth rate to 1.3% from a 2.6%, and life expectancy has really raised considerably from 42 years to 70 years. These are some of the reasons why Bangladesh is going up every year in the Human Development Notch, report notch by 1 notch, and we look forward to going up further. Of course, we have achieved reducing child mortality and the rate of literacy as well as maternal health, some of these MDGs as early as 2010. Gender empowerment and social inclusion was a very important strategy in reducing inequality. So as I mentioned, the entire strategy was very, very much rural-based, and ICT was a key driver of our rural development. So one particular area what we had also focused is sustainable energy sources. That means that, of course, we were looking into power generation, and currently our production is 13,500, but we have set a target for us to have 24,000 megawatt of electricity power for our development plans that we have. And we are looking into alternate energies as social energy, social solar energy and wind energy. However, it's going to be difficult for a country with such small, low landmine ratio to have solar energy. So we're looking at alternatives, but of course, here the technology is important. Social safety net has been a very big part of our MDG success. Now, how are we looking towards the next the 2030 agenda? Similarly, we look towards integrating the SDGs early into our 7th five-year plan, and it's the 7th five-year plan is the flagship development plan for the next 5 years, and we have developed a result framework, a development result framework, where again we are going to continually match our performance with the SDG targets that we have set for ourselves. We had set a separate SDG target for us before the SDGs were adopted, which had 11 goals, and the SDGs have 17, and now we have transformed that to the UN SDGs agenda. We will continue, we sustain a growth rate of 6.1 to 6.2% over the last more than a decade. And our target is, of course, what the target for the LDC is 7% by 2016 and 8% by 2020, and an average 7.4%. And we plan to reduce poverty at the rate of 18% and extreme poverty to around 8.9% by 2020, matching with our Vision 2021. We look towards creating 12.9 million jobs. I know these are very ambitious agenda, but the thrust of the 7th five-year plan will be to raise more internal revenue. national revenue mobilization was a big part, and creating partnerships, very successful partnerships with development partners was also key. So every development partner that we worked with, they were satisfied with Bangladesh's development performance in the sense that we have been able to utilize the development partnership to the best of our national interest, development interest. So raising more revenues from 12 to 16% is a target, and exports must be raised to 50 billion by 2020. And we're looking towards FDI and creating more jobs, in the future. At this point, I would just end by saying that, what are the priorities going to be for Bangladesh as LDC chair? And before that, what did our Prime Minister say at the SDG summit? Of course, as LDC chair, we will look towards the Istanbul Programme of Action. Some of the areas that we will particularly focus on is productive capacity building, particularly rural productive capacity building, and continue to pursue the agenda of gender equality, which is a very mainstream flagship development aspiration of Bangladesh. We'll continue to do that because women constitute 50% of the population. And financing for development is going to be key, engaging the private sector, but also not allowing the development partners to shirk away from their responsibilities, from the Monterey Consensus. Technology transfer, climate change vulnerabilities, addressing those for the LDCs is going to be a focus for Bangladesh, but also migration and development, as remittances are important to many LDCs, but many developing countries as well. And we will continue to pursue an ocean-based economic, as we know that we call it the blue economy. We're pursuing this because we look at the development space on land-based development space in agriculture and fishery, which has to transform and transcend into the ocean-based to augment the full resources, what's out there in the marine resources. And of course, we will look towards a very fair and just trading system. LDC's trade share of global trade is very important for Bangladesh. We'll continue to pursue that. And we will end, like I said, with a quote from our Prime Minister. At the SDG summit, she has said that the SDGs, the Agenda 2030 can only be achieved. It's a collective journey. It's going to be a collective responsibility. So, we have to have partnerships, and we have to do it together. That means while we work on South-South development framework to have more cooperation within the South, and we have so much to learn from each other, including South Asia learning from ASEAN, ASEAN learning from other region, but at the same time, we'll also look towards triangular cooperation. So therefore, we have to be more innovative about a development partnership and financing. And of course, a few of the comments, I just cannot, before the COP21, because climate change is going to be so important for all the LDCs. I would like to say one or two comments of a few leaders from South Asia. So, here are the LDCs. We haven't contributed to the global climate change pollution. Our share is very low, but we have set very ambitious targets for ourselves, more ambitious than the developed countries. So here's the comment from Negash Teklu. Let me read this comment from Ethiopia's environment minister. He said that Ethiopia's ambitions for a zero carbon economy by 2025. And here's a LDC making this commitment. And Minister for Climate Change of Gambia has said he's highlighted the importance of finance to support the most vulnerable countries to reduce their vulnerabilities towards climate resilience. And what Bhutan's Sharing Tobge has mentioned, and this is very important, that it should not be between the rich and poor. All of us must come together and play our bit to fight climate change and limit global warming. So I would end with that these are the ambitious comments made by LDC's leaders, and Bangladesh will continue to pursue this LDC's agenda very ambitiously in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I was right that you have talked from your heart and you have said all the right things. And this is a success story, Bangladesh. I want to make three very quick comments. One, I think at the time of the independence, what was the population of Bangladesh? 7 million. And now?
160 million.
So just multiply that. The food production, there is no shortage of food production, so that means the productivity must have gone up.
Have tripled.
Yes. Someone was saying 5 times, but anyway, productivity has gone up, so that's one point. Second, the rural infrastructure in Bangladesh, that has also helped, in fact, to open up, and it has improve the life and the conditions, rural infrastructure, including roads, electrification, and so on. And thirdly, the technology, mobile technology. What mobile technology has done, it has broken this so-called information asymmetry challenge of Douglas North. What happens is that earlier, for instance, the fisherman used to go into the sea and fish and bring the fish to the shore, and he or she had to wait to the middleman to sell. And sometime he can sell or sometime he cannot. He had to rely on that, will not get the fair price. Now what the fisherman would do with the mobile phone, while in the sea, he calls the final buyer. While he's on the shore he sells it. So this technology has been able to remove the middleman, and the fisherman can now make a better life. So these are the innovation technology, how important the technology would be. Thank you very much once again, Madam Ambassador. We really benefited from your views and comments. It is now my pleasure and honor to invite our second eminent speaker, His Excellency Mr. Ivo Seiber, Ambassador of Switzerland. Of course, Ambassador has a very distinguished career and friends to ESCAP and also friends to LDCs. Ambassador, the microphone is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Anjul, and good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for your kind words and for inviting me this morning to talk about Switzerland's role and contribution to the transformation of LDCs here in the region. Let me maybe start out my presentation with a few words about Switzerland's general approach to the region and to development cooperation. You asked me about the funding side, and then maybe just explain and outline a little bit what Switzerland's activities in the region is, and also to what extent it has been trying to assist the countries in reaching the MDGs, and of course now with the transformation and transition into the SDG objectives. The Swiss government has a regional strategy to Southeast Asia and Asia as a whole, which has been upgraded quite regularly and frequently over the last few years. And our cooperation, our development cooperation in a broad field, meaning technical assistance, humanitarian assistance, but also economic assistance, is an important focus of our activities in the region. And this has been backed up by a steady and continued increase of development cooperation financing over the last few years, with a focus on Southeast Asia as well. We have reached this year the target of 0.5% of GDP for development cooperation, and intend to maintain or even increase that. Just to maybe round this up, this year is the first time in Switzerland and that the administration is presenting a comprehensive financing message to Parliament, which does not just compose or comprise individual aspects, meaning development cooperation, human security, economic assistance, and other activities of international assistance, but to do it in a comprehensive and single message to Parliament aimed at increasing the coherence and the effectiveness of our assistance in a broader way. Now, maybe just a few words on our engagement here in the region. Switzerland's Development Cooperation Agency is focusing on 4 countries here in Southeast Asia, namely Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, and Vietnam, all part of the Mekong region, and supplements or complements this approach and this engagement through a Mekong region program that we're also implementing. We have country offices in Vientiane, in Hanoi, and in Phnom Penh. And of course here out of Bangkok we are coordinating and cooperating with our partner embassies and cooperation offices in these 4 countries. With Vietnam having phased out as an LDC and entered the status as a middle income country in 2010, we're also shifting our approach in cooperation with Vietnam from a technical cooperation approach rather to an economic support approach. And this is a transformation that is taking place now. Now, all four regional countries in the region, the CLMV countries as they're commonly called, they have achieved quite impressive average economic growth rates, and also succeeded quite impressively in progress in poverty reduction during the past 20 years. Nevertheless, they do remain the poorest countries in Southeast Asia with a low human development index, and with some of the governance deficits which are setting the framework for us actually to develop our engagement and support and cooperation with them. The major challenges will be to narrow the development gap with the other 6 ASEAN countries. And this is particularly important in view of the creation of the ASEAN Economic Cooperation that will kick off fully at the end of this year, the beginning of next year. It's a process that's ongoing and where I think all countries are actively engaged. Now, we've had a Mekong approach, Mekong region approach for quite a period of time already, and we've learned our lessons from our past engagement in the region, which is that specificities of individual countries need to be recognized and they need to be accounted for through individual country programs. But also, in our view, it is important to have a regional approach which focuses on similar development challenges that makes sense to enhance the complementarity of the in-country work. Now, currently our development activities are designed and implemented under, I mentioned it, the Mekong Region Strategy, which runs from 2013 to 2017. This supranational program was set, again, to address the shared interests of the CLMV countries, particularly on Mekong River issues, for example, but it also covers other activities like support to the Mekong Institute, to Mekong regional land governance projects, to, for example, a UN Women project on empowering women migrant workers in Asia, and a number of other projects in the pipeline. We aim with our cooperation to assist, to contribute to equitable inclusive development in Cambodia, Laos, PDR, and in Myanmar, as they are also all aspiring to development, towards development and status of middle-income countries. As I mentioned, Vietnam has reached the middle-income status, and the program that we will now be shifting from our development cooperation agency to the Swiss Economic Ministry will be trying to focus and strengthen the gains, the economic gains and development gains achieved by Vietnam, and to assist the country in consolidating and development its status. Our engagement in the region and in the current program is built on a scenario of robust economic growth, of continued regional integration into the ASEAN community, and also on progress and improvements in governments. In doing this, we focus on the following goals, which is poverty reduction, the support of equitable and sustainable development, the fostering of democratic governance, and also to strengthen the CLMV governments and non-governmental actors in their aspirations to become equal and empowered partners in the upcoming ASEAN economic cooperation. Now, with this program running for a bit over 2 years already, we will undertake a midterm review early next year, which will, of course, also take account of what we have been able to contribute towards reaching the Millennium Development Goals, and even more importantly, I think, to try to integrate the Sustainable Development Goals into our activities when we support the 4 countries. In terms of thematic orientation, we We support local governments and citizen participation, agricultural and food security. You mentioned how important that is in this part of Southeast Asia. And the third area of focus is the promotion of vocational training and skills development, which we feel is an important element to upgrade this transition from LDC into forthcoming middle-income country status. Improving governance is, for us, a very important factor towards inclusive and sustainable growth in the CLMV countries, which should enable these countries also to benefit from the ASEAN economic integration in a more effective and development supportive way. Agriculture, again, you mentioned it remains the livelihood basis of the majority of the population, and poverty remains widespread in rural areas and among people belonging also to ethnic minorities, which makes this assistance continuously an important one. And then the third area, which is vocational education and training, will allow the poor to benefit more from economic development and to improve their chances for economic diversification. Skills improvement will also contribute to a larger number of young people to entering the labor force every year to find better paid jobs and to offer opportunities for these young people to leaving the agricultural sector, or at the minimum contribute to contribute to the productivity of the agricultural sector and to upgrading it as a still an important economic sector in these countries. Now, in terms of funding, we have allocated 205 million US dollars to the SDC Mekong program for the period 2013 to 2017, which amounts to an average of about 41 million US dollars per year, which is an increase of 40% compared to the previous program that we implemented from 2007 to 2012. In terms of country allocation, 27% of these funds go to Cambodia, 42% to the Lao PDR, 11% to Vietnam, and then 15% to regional programs, which I've mentioned, cover sustainable development, but also other areas like migration. In terms of thematic allocation of funds, agriculture and food security gets 34%, local governance and citizen participation also 34%, education and vocational employment 16%, and we also have, especially focused on Cambodia, a health component which receives about 11%. On top of that, the Swiss Ministry of Economic Affairs, which has been active in Vietnam already and continues to be there, has another 100 million US dollars for the 5-year program that they're implementing in Vietnam. I think it's important for us to mobilize the potential that the region has, and for us to provide a very constructive and I think comprehensive approach and supportive approach to development aspirations of the countries. It's, in our view, important that there is a pluralistic mix of partner institutions to use for the implementation modalities. These are the governments, civil society, of course, and the private sector. I think that have to be all included in these efforts. This will also allow to react flexibly to opportunities or indeed challenges in the context of shifting the emphasis of the program to those partners or activities which promise the best development results for the targets and the objectives that we have identified in close cooperation, of course, with the partner countries. Coordination and information sharing with other development partners is very important, and this is relevant for the bilateral and the multilateral sector, and of course with the civil society. Just last week, for example, a round meeting took place in Vientiane, where the country was completing an extensive and lengthy consultation process to define the cooperation modalities with the partner countries in view of the passing of the next 5-year development plan, social and economic development plan of the country, and of course also taking account of the social, the SDGs. Here we also work closely, for example, in the context of Laos with our other European development partners to most effectively contribute to the country's development aspirations. We also have political dialogues with these countries on a bilateral level, which will help to take in a comprehensive and inclusive approach. And we do strengthen our human capacities in order to be effective in our approach. I think maybe just before I close, development cooperation in the region is an important engagement that we have. It's also, I think, very important to provide this support to our partner countries and the region. We also are engaging in human security development. We have human security advisors and support in Yangon and in Manila. And we also have, of course, a commitment and capacities in the region for humanitarian assistance. In Bangkok, we have a regional disaster risk reduction advisor who is active and in cooperation with the countries of the region and also with the UN system to be supportive in that area. I think that sort of wraps it up. Obviously, I stand ready for any questions or comments in the round of discussion afterwards. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I think it's a very comprehensive presentation and quite insightful. You're absolutely, I mean, the countries that you're focusing, these are very important countries. We have been working with these countries for almost like 15, 20 years. And the remarkable progress that they have made, especially Laos, Cambodia, it is really remarkable. In fact, we were there in Vientiane. I accompanied the executive secretary, and she met with the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister and gave a speech. They are making very good progress, and they have already made the commitment to graduate by 2020, because they're already very close. Their per capita income is over the threshold. Their human asset is very close, so I think most likely they will be, and along with that, Cambodia will also be doing. And we are very, very happy to see that you're contributing to help these countries. Of course, the ODA should act as a catalyst. The countries should be on the driver's seat, and some of these requirements, it cannot be met forever, but if it can create the enabling environment and if it can empower them, then they will be self-sustaining in the long run. And this is where I think the contribution of a development partner like Switzerland is really commendable, and we really appreciate and we thank you. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Azima, the governor. She's a very strong, she has been elected as the vice chair of the Committee on Macroeconomic Policy, and a very young governor. So, Governor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. And today I will focus on three main issues that I think I can also contribute in terms of LDCs. The first is our experience in LDC graduation. As Ainul mentioned before, we recently graduated in 2011, but our road to graduation hasn't been that recent. Actually, in 1997, the UN General Assembly decided to graduate us, and at that time, we had to fight with them not to graduate. When I look back on that, I feel like as if we were just finishing our 3 years of undergraduate study, and then when the university asked us to graduate, we said, no, I have passed all the exams, but I don't want to graduate. I still haven't learned enough. It is a bit like that. For us, we had to fight with the several UN bodies. We had several negotiations not to graduate us. The thing is that it's not that we like to be called a least developed country. I don't think any country want to be in that category. But being in that category has its benefits. That's why we didn't want to graduate. In 99, I remember writing several papers about the vulnerability of our country. But unfortunate fact is we didn't have enough data to support our case. And that is very true for most of the developing countries, especially small countries like ours. We have problem with data collection. So that just on a side note, I would also like to mention that when we are talking about development, we need to focus on institutional development, and with that comes development in statistics capacity. In our country, we have received tremendous amount of support from international agencies in terms of technical assistance to improve our data compilation. But at this point in time, what we need is not technical experts or assistance in data compilation. It is actually doing it. For example, conducting a census for the Maldives in 200 islands where people live, another over 100 islands where tourists are. It is expensive and a very time-consuming, resource-consuming exercise. So when we are talking about the development needs, we need to focus on these issues as well. In terms of, as I said before, we also didn't want to graduate. The main reason was that we know when we graduate, we will lose a lot of technical donor assistance or concessional financing that we were getting at that time. So along with that, we were very reluctant to go into the developing country category. In addition to that, with the loss of LDC status, we also lose access to several markets, especially European markets. Previously, we were competing, not competing really, we were able to access European markets for our canned tuna. Fishing is our most basic and most traditional industry. But after graduation, we were not able to access the markets on a concessional basis. And for us to compete with other countries who are much more bigger and with can provide, can export it more cost effectively, we were simply not able to compete with them. So what we have seen now is we have had a dramatic reduction in our canned fish exports. Instead, we are now exporting fresh tuna basically to Thailand at very low cost. So we have, even though our fish catch has increased, what we have seen is that the value added from the sector has declined rapidly after that. So these were the real issues that we knew that would come. So we were very reluctant to graduate from LDC. And I'm sure other countries who are now in the LDC category, as we know, as we have heard, they will be in the next few years going through the same process and facing the similar difficulties as us. What I would like to stress is that we shouldn't be tying development assistance to the category of the country that which we fall to. Whether we are a developing country or least developed country, it should be more looked, I think we should more focus on the development needs of the country. Another very significant thing happened to us was that after, as I said, in 1997, it was decided that we should graduate. And after all this negotiation, it was finally decided we will graduate in 2004. And just a week before we were supposed to graduate, the Asian tsunami hit the country severely. And it brought to the front the reality that small countries like ours face when we talk about our economic prosperity. We might have got very high GDP growth, we might have got very high level of GDP per capita, but when something like that happens, the country simply doesn't have the resources to deal with that. So with that, it was again delayed until 2011. So even if the UN didn't graduate us until 2011, most of the donor countries have already decided, based on the fact that our GDP growth was high and our GDP per capita was high, that we were no longer eligible for the concessional financing that we were receiving at that time. So what I would like to highlight is that our development partners should be more focused on the development needs of the country rather than the category of the country that which we fall to. I'm glad to see that recently UN has come up with the countries with special needs category, and even that in some of the reports we are sometimes omitted, which is very unfortunate. Sometimes we are too small to remember. But that's why I keep on talking about it, just so that if we repeatedly say the same thing, we'll be remembered. But again, when it comes to development challenges, I know every country faces the same difficult challenges. Our challenges are not the same as Bangladesh. The scope of difficulties that we face may not be as huge as Bangladesh, but again, going with the UN, every individual matters, every individual life matter. So with that, even with our small population, we need to take care of that. So the second point I want to highlight is for any country, especially for the developing countries, we need to have good macroeconomic policies. We all know that development can come through good macroeconomic policies. But unfortunately, again, it is not a very easy thing. It is very easy for financial institutions, international financial institutions, and other development partners to come to us and say, reduce the budget deficit, but and be more prudent on your fiscal policy. That is very easy to say, but to do that, it is very difficult. As I highlighted in my speech day before yesterday, if the Maldives were to cut down expenditure, it means cutting down expenditure that we have on health or education or any of the areas that are vital to the development of the country. So what the international community needs to understand is it is not always easy for countries like ours to have the best macroeconomic policies. But what needs to be done is to work with what we have. We have high debt to GDP, we have high budget deficits, but then how do we get out of it? As I have been repeatedly saying, we have high expenditure because we have people living in 200 islands. 340,000 people living in 200 islands is simply not efficient, simply not viable for the Maldives. But for population consolidation, we need to invest in infrastructure. For infrastructure, we need financing. Again, we come to a stop at that. We don't have the financing. We don't have access to financial markets at affordable rates. We don't have access to concessional financing. So these are the real issues that we face when we talk about good macroeconomic policies. So what we need to have is also homegrown policies rather than prescriptive policies set out by international agencies. For example, in the Maldives, I like to repeat this, in the 1960s, Maldivian government asked UNDP to look into the areas that we can develop in terms of our economy. And the report that they prepared said, and in fact, the government asked them to look into the tourism sector, whether we can develop the tourism sector. The report came with a conclusion that tourism sector is not viable in the Maldives because, of course, we don't have an international airport. It's a small island scattered over a vast area in the Indian Ocean. So, of course, it's not viable. But they said boat building will be a viable industry in the Maldives. Well, I don't have to say what happened after that. So what Maldives did was that we knew the potential that we had. We didn't have, for boat building, we need to have a lot of other resources. For tourism, we already had the resources. We had the sand, we had the sun, we had the beaches. So we used that to our advantage, and we were able to make Maldives known as a brand now. When you talk about luxury tourism, Maldives always comes up. So what we learned from that was that for not only for the Maldives, sometimes from the outside, the policies that are needed for the country might be very different than when you are looking from inside. We, from the inside, knows a little bit more than those who are from the outside. So I always urge any donor countries or any assistance that we get to look to at least let us make the decisions. And as has been mentioned several times, we will only be able to take responsibility for our decisions if it is led by us. We need financial assistance, but it shouldn't come tied to the certain prescriptive policies. So if the countries are able to go with their own policies, I'm sure we would have much more success. Another thing is just related to what I've just talked about as well, is innovative policies. We need to go for more innovative policies. As was mentioned before, in Bangladesh, going for fishermen, just having the mobile phone access is a big thing. In the Maldives as well, the internet connectivity is very high. Almost everyone has a mobile phone, and most of them have smartphones. So it is very easy to develop the country using that. And unfortunately, in a lot of situations, most of the international financial institutions are a little bit behind all these kind of policies, are reluctant to take on this kind of innovative policies. So I urge our development partners to look into more innovative policies so that we can grow with time. The last point I want to highlight is that about high growth versus inclusive growth. We have in the Maldives been able to achieve very high growth, high GDP per capita, high GDP in level terms as well. And that is the reason why we were graduated from LDC status. But that doesn't mean that it is inclusive growth. We need to have inclusive growth. When we were developing the country, we grew at a very rapid rate. We didn't have enough resources or enough financing to build our human resources. We didn't have enough to build the skills necessary for the tourism sector. So what we find now is that although our GDP per capita is high, our outflows is quite high. We have very high imports coming into the country. More than that, we have a lot of expatriates working in the country. We have got over 150,000 expatriates in such a small island. that is fine if we have all our Maldivian workforce is employed, but unfortunately for the youth, 25% of the youth population is unemployed. They simply don't have the skills necessary. So while we have attained very good results and while we have attained MDG goals in terms of education, in terms of primary enrollment and secondary school enrollment, we haven't been able to produce the skills that are necessary for the industries that we have. So while we are on our development agenda, I think we need to be very careful about how we bring inclusive growth, how we make sure that growth is spread across the country, not just growth comes from one or two industries that propels the growth to very high levels. So I think with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Azima Adam. I think it's a very comprehensive presentation on Maldives. Just one point on the Maldives. I remember it was 2003, the CDP meeting in New York. I was there, and I urged the CDP that please be careful about this country, because in that meeting the decision was taken to graduate. I said the country is doing very well. However, this country, the challenge that this country is facing is a vulnerability. And it was 2004, 16th of December, they recommended for graduation. 26th of December, tsunami came. The 20% of the GDP or something like that wiped out, and the General Assembly had to retreat that decision. So this is the case. So please, whatever we do, we should be a bit more have the vision and the foresightedness. It's like, you mentioned, when you graduate, people look to cherish to graduate. But here, it just works the opposite for some countries, the countries who are vulnerable. So I think this issue has been discussed now in CDP. We do discuss these issues to make it into a more sort of attractive rather than becoming a punishment. So thank you very much, Dr. Adams, for sharing such rich experience of Maldives. Now, we will face to the banks. Dr. Anuradha Rajivan. She is the senior advisor for the strategic planning. Dr. Anuradha Rajivan has extensive experience working with the UNDP and now with the bank. So Anu, the floor is yours. We all looking forward. I'm mindful of the time as well. I have been sent a note that we are running out of time. So please 10 minutes if you don't mind.
Thank you very much. The previous speakers have nicely brought the subject to financing and to sustainable development. That is not a one-shot development, but the durability, the sustainability of this. So the picture that you see on the screen, the design is really encompasses all of what we just spoke about. It's about money to benefit people as well as the planet. The rounded hand symbolizes the earth, and the colors in it are all about the land, the water, vegetation, and the air. And the coins there are the importance of money. The challenge of finance is sufficiently distinct, as we heard from the Maldives, to need focused attention. So that's what I'll be focusing on. Just 4 specific points. A completely altered development landscape that we are in. The spectrum of challenges that the LDCs face. What are the opportunities to boost finance, and what ADB as a development bank is actually doing? So quickly, first on the development landscape from the point of view of financing. The traditional idea of development finance was all about basically what underpinned the MDGs was based on public funds as development finance, which consisted of domestic resources, official development assistance, and some amount of debt cancellation. So this has been completely changed now through a huge shift in thinking which was accepted at Addis, from development finance to larger financing for development, bringing in all sources of money. Of course, because traditional ODA is already under pressure, but also we have a number of new actors multiplying, non-DAC donors, philanthropy, climate finance and all the new banks that are springing up specifically in this region. Domestic fiscal space is already receiving much more attention. And we have a spectrum of new financing instruments which are presenting new opportunities, things like guarantees, local bonds, etc., which have not been adequately used in a very ODA-centric development finance landscape. Some of the traditionally passive sources also I'd like to point to, like the pension funds, the Hajj funds, sovereign wealth and insurance monies, which have been kind of not being unlocked. A portion of them could potentially be unlocked towards sustainable development. And then, of course, the private savings mobilization for development investments. What we notice when you do a little bit of mapping of money that is available is that the funds are available in Asia, but they are fragmented. They are in many different pockets in many different hands. If you can see the biggest yellow rectangle right in the middle, gross domestic savings are very, very high in this region. It is a region of savers. But people invest their money elsewhere. The rich in people in Asia obviously would like to invest their money where returns are high, where money is safe, and where it's liquid enough. And this they don't find in many of the domestic financial markets, specifically more so in the least developed countries. Bulk of the funds are in private hands, which are not directly programmable, which is in contrast to what ODA is much more directly programmable, even though it is small. Domestic fiscal space, there's much more potential. And the long-term funds, as we saw, like the sovereign wealth funds, etc., and the insurance monies in the last two, the right-hand side numbers, have yet to be fully unlocked. And of course, we have a number of challenges around plugging of fiscal revenue leaks. Some of the amounts are 3 to 4 times the ODA sums itself. So that's where we need to focus on. Coming specifically to the spectrum of LDC challenges, we find that the LDCs are so diverse that they have already very strongly customized to their local conditions. As we heard from the two previous speakers, Bangladesh and Maldives are completely different kind of challenges and priorities. And it's really important that we as development partners collaborate and recognize this. Countries have already been adopting rather than mechanically adapting the global goals, even in Asia Pacific. For example, Afghanistan has handled their things very differently compared with Laos and Cambodia, Myanmar, etc. I won't go into the specifics, but suffice it is to say that we already have a history of adaptation of global goals, targets, and indicators. So that we need to, rather than mechanical adoption, and that needs to be supported and strengthened during the SDG phase as well. Which brings us to the importance of recognizing the diversity of LDCs in Asia Pacific. You can see from this picture that apart from being categorized as LDCs, they have very specific challenges. 4 additional challenges. 4, for example, are landlocked, the first column. The second shows 5 are small islands, which is a very different set of structural challenges. 6 in ADB categorization are categorized as fragile and conflict-affected states. And then you actually have 5 plus 1, 6 plus 1 actually, which are being now counted as middle-income countries. So this is quite a challenge. And the Asian Development Fund, which is ADB's soft window, the right side, the blue dots that you see on the right, 3 or 4 columns on the right, show how ADB is trying to customize its response to the spectrum of diverse challenges that the least developed countries face. And we are very mindful of this challenge of reverse graduation, which is called in internal ADB discussions, so that we ensure sustainability of the graduation process rather than a mechanical application of income-based criteria. So the ADB concessional assistance countries are this whole concept of concessional assistance, and the ADF, Asian Development Fund, is being re-looked at from this angle. Some of the challenges in looking at the ADF and ADB's approach to concessional assistance and for the poorest countries are as follows. They recognize the importance of focusing on the narrow tax base and weak tax administrations that many of these countries have to grapple with. The very small size of the private sector, especially in the smaller countries, narrow economic base, which adds to economic vulnerability. Underdeveloped financial markets, including the banking sector and the capital markets, without these, money cannot move from one set of pockets to another set of pockets. Even if you have the savings, they are going to go somewhere else. Very high remittance costs. Remittances are important, but compared to average global costs, Asian LDCs face about 4 to 5 percentage points higher remittance simply for moving the money around. And there are some challenges in accessing donor support due to varying reporting requirements and very sector-specific conditionalities that the countries have to face. There is, of course, the huge challenge of absorptive capacity. So even if funds are available and pumped in, the capacity to absorb them because of domestic capacity constraints remains and also needs to be looked at. So it's not enough to just supply the money. You also have to create conditions to suck in, absorb the money in a good way. So both sides of making money work needs to be addressed. Which brings us to the third point of the opportunities to boost finance. So where does the money come from? We looked at the different pockets where money is available. Specifically, financing for development in the least developed countries. We look at this picture gives us an idea about the importance of different sets of money and how it has been changing over the years. There's two or three very key points here. Is the private international flows are rising, which includes remittances and foreign direct investments. But unfortunately, much of the foreign money tends to be more like portfolio investments. But they are 2 times ODA flows, so we need to be able to harvest both pockets of funds. Then domestic resources are, of course, larger than all the external financial flows. We can see that about domestic investments are around 30% and government revenues are around 15% of GDP overall. 2 interesting ratios that we need to look at are the ratio of ODA to GDP and remittance to GDP. These are very significant, and they're higher in LDCs compared with other countries of Asia and the Pacific. So again, there's somewhere there we need to leverage that better for sustainable development. And despite an overall decline in ODA, one message we see from the data is that it remains significant source in the LDCs and also for those which are in structurally difficult conditions. But the message we are getting from the countries are that a suite of cross-sector reforms is preferred over and above the fragmented and specific reforms if we are to improve the development value of every dollar that comes in. And many of the countries are demanding the use of national systems. Underutilized options for some need focus, which, in other words, using ODA differently also. For example, supporting the natural resource revenues and the sovereign wealth fund space better. More of ODA can be used much more strategically. That is, use the money to draw in more money rather than simply using it up for direct applications, at least a portion of it, which can be a very important way to move forward. What we have specifically heard from the countries, including from the least developed LDC category, is that they would like support in managing public finance efficiently and effectively to widen fiscal space, and even more so when it is limited. But they have told us that though we ask multilateral banks like the World Bank and the ADB to do this, in the past these banks have not been responding adequately in this direction and not providing technical assistance, focusing more on supplying their loans and grants. So this is an area where we have to self-reflect and which has already started. They want a support for private sector and financial markets development and to mobilize private finance and how to align it better with the international development goals. Here, support for oversight and regulatory functions has to be dovetailed along with private sector development so that there are safeguards towards public good. And growth, for example, is more inclusive rather than just pushing the GDP numbers, more environmentally responsible, and more sustainable overall. Addressing capacity deficits, both in project development and overall project management, so that which makes it attractive for private investments to go towards sustainable development. If banks like ADB can front-end some of the money, cover the risks, provide some guarantees that can lower the costs of private finance and attract more finance towards sustainable development projects. So this is some of the feedback which is being taken very seriously within the bank. And then, of course, there is demand for multi-country options to pool resources, build capacities, and develop stable financial and capital markets, because a very small country, it's not going to be viable to have an independent stock market, for example, if there are not too many companies which are going to be listed. So multi-country options might be a better way to go forward along with national capacity. So this is where multilateral support can help bring many countries some of these benefits. And support also in transparency, accountability, and governance, specifically in the natural resources sector. Last, so what is ADB doing? It has heard all this, and it's taking very specific actions. ADB Soft Window, the Asian Development Fund, is a much sharper focus on the needs of the poorest countries in Asia Pacific. The direction is to address remaining poverty, expand access to economic opportunities, and to reduce vulnerabilities. Complete the unfinished MDGs, but also address much more ambitious SDGs. Respond locally to disasters and environmental concerns and account for expected impacts of climate change. Support regional, that is cross-country, multi-country public goods, and create conditions to mobilize private investments as well as domestic revenues which can complement ODA. Overall, ADB is also upscaling its own internal capacity, financial capacity. The combination of ADF lending operations with its ordinary capital resources balance sheet is going to be effective from 1st January 2017. And this is going to increase ADB's capacity to 50% more than before. And much of this, about 70% of this, will be dedicated towards assistance to poorer countries, which is going to rise very significantly. Second, leveraging ODA to multiply financing for development benefits to the poor. So basically using money to get in more money from many sources. It will increase the attractiveness of development investments by working with countries to draw in more sources. And second, ADB also aims for a more robust co-financing partnerships to leverage the potential of ADB's own resources to strengthen this. And of course, we cannot do it alone. No organization can do it alone. So the importance of collaborations is to work in complement with the capacities of other development partners, each bringing its own respective value addition. Both co-financing and non-sovereign operations to help countries access funds from wider sources, including climate funds, which many LDCs are finding it very, very hard to access because of their complicated procedures, unclear reporting requirements, and lack of definitional clarity. And we also want to strongly participate in knowledge partnerships because it helps better diagnostics and it helps much better monitoring, and so that our responses are better. So I'll end with that. Thank you, everybody. And we hope that we collaborate on better making money work for economic prosperity, for social equity, and for environmental responsibility.
Thank you, Anu, and thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. I think it was very useful. Where the money is, how money can be generated to help these countries. It's now my pleasure to invite Ms. Lee, Ms. Juan Lee, Senior Policy Officer. She works with the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. So Ms. Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's my great pleasure to be here today and to, thank you. So building on our previous distinguished speakers on the rural development and our LDC experience, I'd like to share with you about FAO's perspective on the food security and the nutrition. My part will cover 3 components. First, let's start with on our hunger status in MDG, and then we move on to their SDG, especially on the Zero Hunger Challenge. And then we can see how LDC we could eradicate hunger. Start with our traditional concept of the hunger. Here is the picture of the food insecurity in the world. So let's position our LDC in this global picture, and then we can see this is the in the 2015 the undernourishment. This is decline already from the 1990s to currently at the stage of the 795 million the hunger people, and this is measured by the undernourishment POU by FAO. And if we look at now, there are globally we have 72 countries already graduated from MDG 1C, and there was 29 countries already achieved reduction of the hunger by number in 2015. And for our region, Asian Pacific, we have already achieved either region achieved the MDG. However, the biggest number of the hunger people still in Asia. And here is the picture of the from 1990s till now of the region, and we can see especially our South Asia and also our from Pacific Island countries ranked highly about undernourishment status. Let's look into the bigger picture of the malnutrition. As we know, malnutrition composed of not only the undernutrition but also the overnutrition. Here, normally we talk about hunger, that is a micronutrient, but we also have the difficulties in terms of micronutrient, like that is a hidden hunger we call it, like the vitamins, like of the minerals. So these are the situation. And if you look at the challenge in front of us, we have still the stunting issue and very high level of stunting, especially in the LDC, like Laos and others. And we have also the underweight as well as the wasting. So these are the very phenomenon that we need to address to. And here, in addition to that, is obesity and overweight in Asia and Pacific. We can see the countries marked in red are our LDC countries. And if you look at our countries like the Pacific, especially, they have very, very high level of obesity and overweight. And that counts for the double the malnutrition and burden for the economy. Let's look at the SDG and our Zero Hunger Challenge, which is the initiative of the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. We have 17 totally of SDG, and FAO is supporting or work relevant to many of the almost 14 of the SDG goals. Out of 17, especially number 2 and number 12 are relevant for our food security and nutrition directly. And if we look and go to further, here, this is the Secretary General's Zero Hunger Challenge, and 1 out of 5, we can see these are corresponding to the post-2015 SDG number 2 and 12 specifically. Especially the 5th pillar, the 5th pillar I'd like to highlight is on food waste and food loss. This is very interlinked with how we can address our food security. If you look at what is the dimension that FAO considered, and this is something that we like to highlight, where for food security is not only for the food availability, which is first pillar, is very, very important, but the other 3 pillars are very important, like food access and the food utilization, and also food and also stability. What is food utilization? Normally we talk about nutrition. We also talk about food safety, and these are the very important component under utilization. And these 4 dimensions, if you look at, this is a system. Basically, food security is a system. If purely addressed on the food availability, that is our Ministry of the Agriculture's main mandate. However, the other relevant 3 dimensions, these are the issue. Since 1940s till now, FAO has trying to promote and to understand this intergovernmental or interministerial the mandate to address to. As for our LDCs, we can see on the food availability side, we have more lower agriculture productivity, as already highlighted by Dr. Hansen, and we have lack of the diversification, and this is one of the challenge. And in terms of the food access, uneven access among different groups, that is difficulties. In terms of food nutrition, utilization, under malnutrition, and also the food, poor food, the safety standard is our major challenge. And stability-wise, the price volatility or supply-wise, the lack of the resilience, that is our challenge for our ADCs especially. So how we how to eradicate hunger, which is our goal of the in the post-2015 period. And we have, if we look at into these 4 dimensions, we can see improving the food availability. On the one hand, we should increase our productivity. On the other hand, we have to manage the natural resources in a smart way. And here we'd like to highlight this 2 things. One is on the crop, livestock, and fisheries, this breeding and the diversification. This have a strong link with our food utilization, especially on nutrition. And also on the food waste and food loss. As we know, globally, there is almost 1/3 of the food produced has been waste or has been lost during the post-harvest period. In the coming urbanization or limited resource available ahead of us, if we could focus on our R&D or our attention to manage food waste and loss, that would be equivalent to increase our total food availability, and in a more cost-effective way. And looking into the food access, majority of our LDC has suffering from this bottom quintile of the people to access the food. And social protection is one of the major effective means to address it. Experience from Mexico, from EU, and already proven. Even looking into China, our colleague from China already mentioned in the next 5 years, China aimed to eradicate hunger. And one of the major means is on the social protection. And in terms of food utilization, it's important to address all kinds of the malnutrition. And in terms of food safety side, the public standard is very important. And in combination of the private standard, but then most outstanding issue is about means of enforcement of the standard. And this here, FAO is ready to support our member states. And in terms of the improving stability, we have the food supply stability, which we should manage both the domestic supply as well as the global market. And also from the price-wise, we need to monitor the agriculture market and the information system, and also we need to manage speculation. These are very major challenge for stability within the country. So in sum, here we would like to highlight the political will is very important to place food security and nutrition on top agenda and to commit to eradicate hunger by 2030, which is a great challenge for all, especially for our ADC countries. And policy, especially multi-stakeholder coordination to address this 4 dimensions of the food security is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lee, and thank you for a very good presentation. I think zero hunger is a FAO's now slogan, and it is also surprising to hear that over 600 or 700 people are still under that malnutrition category. So let's hope that by 2030, at least this issue could be resolved and tackled, particularly in South Asia, where most of the hungry people are. So now we are a bit lagging behind. So our final speaker today is Mr. Khatka, who is the Senior Advisor of Rural Reconstruction in Nepal. So Mr. Khatka, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen. And the colleagues from civil society. I will be talking mainly the concerns and perspectives of LDC Watch. LDC Watch is a global network of civil societies working in the 48 different least developed countries. We work in coordination, collaboration with different development partners in both South and North. So just to set the context of the Asia Pacific LDCs, I just wanted to highlight some of the points that has already been covered in the report published by ESCAP. Most of the LDCs are, in different stages of political and socio-economic transitions and transformations. They are characterized by persistent structural challenges and volatile economic growth. And they are highly vulnerable to both internal and external economic shocks, volatile commodity prices, climate change consequences, and natural disasters. And they are constrained by structural poverty, resources, and capacities. Here I would like to highlight some of the policy imperatives that we consider for the meaningful development of the LDCs in the context of implementing sustainable development goals. As it is already highlighted by several previous speakers, that we need to have means of implementation and we need regional or global partnership for development in the LDCs. Means of implementation is a mix of finance, technology development and transfer, capacity building, inclusive and equitable globalization, fair trade, regional integration, and creation of a national enabling environment required to implement SDGs. That is what we consider as means of implementation for the SDGs. Thus, delivery of means of implementation has to be accompanied by structural and systemic changes in trade, investment, finance, debt, official development assistance, architecture, which is part of global partnership. And global partnership must be premised on common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities of states and other stakeholders. And one of the areas is, to increase finance is cancellation of external debts of LDCs, which is very important for availing means of implementation for LDCs. Finance is one of the major means of implementation for the implementation of SDGs in LDCs. And transfer of technology is very important. It has to be free from intellectual property rights because LDCs do not have the capacity to pay for it. And there should not be any barriers for duty-free, quota-free market access to LDC products. After we increase productivity, we need markets, and our products or the products from the LDCs should be freely traded to the developed countries. And while we implement this public-private partnership, which is one of the major notions of the SDGs implementation, we have to be very much cautious of not being captivated by the private sector very much, because it may undermine the public sector. And it should be inclusive and democratic governance at all levels. It's for inclusive growth and increased productivity. Governance is very important at all levels, national, local, as well as international levels and intergovernmental levels. And LDC governments should use their sovereign rights and powers to regulate the entry, terms and conditions and operations of foreign investments. They should be in the driver's seat as mentioned earlier, to implement SDGs in their respective countries. And also, there is a need that the ODA should be increased to 0.35% if the SDGs need to be, has to be implemented successfully in the LDCs. But there is a majority that the commitments of 0.15 to 0.2% of the GNI to be given to LDCs has yet not been materialized. And still, we need to have increased quantity as well as quality of the aid. And it should not be in any conditions. It should, that to enable productivity in the LDCs. And also, we are facing a big challenge out of climate change. And we need huge resource to adapt, to mitigate, and to address the loss and damage in our country. And this climate finance should be in addition to what we are getting at the moment, what the LDCs are receiving at the moment as development aid or development support. So it should not be within that, but it should be new and additional. And all the efforts must be premised on the fundamental principles of human rights and justice that will really help to implement and materialize the LDCs, SDGs in the LDCs. And as already mentioned, no one individual country should be left behind when others progress. That is our call. And we believe that no SDGs without LDCs. If SDGs are not materialized in LDCs, then it will be half done or not done. And hence we call to all making the world free from LDCs, because we don't want to be in this LDC category anymore. And there is a call in the Istanbul Program of Action that the world will have less than will have the LDCs by 2020, and let us move towards that direction. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khatka, for reminding all of us some of the concerns. I think these are very important, and I'm sure the people have noted your concern. Thank you very much. We have already run out of time, but I think I should give at least some opportunity, one or two questions from the floor. Any burning question? Yes, please. Yeah.
This is Vishwa Tiwari from UNDP. I would like to thank all the presentators, very nice presentation, comprehensive presentation, insightful. And I would also like to thank Madam Azima for pointing out a study by UNDP which has not that been relevant. I think I heard that the study was conducted in 1960s. So over time, the priority changes, so perhaps maybe not that relevant. But I would also like to inform you that, I mean, I don't have that much long history of working in UNDP, but I'm working since 2002, working in Nepal country office in the beginning as a manager. And I saw that UNDP provides country support to the government at the leadership of government. So for all the projects are led by the government. There are project directors from the government who look after the project, who actually make the payment actually. It is they decide the payment. So I think over the time we learned from the past, and now most of the resources are effectively utilized with the support of the government, at the leadership of the government. So hopefully in the future there will not be such irrelevant studies.
Thank
now,
you.
There is another question, sir. Thank you.
I think just one question, please.
Yeah.
For the sake of time, let's
Yeah,
give
I have one question. I mean,
but be very brief.
Very brief with you, sir. Thank you so much for your very comprehensive presentation of the report 2015 LDC report. And this is about, you said that, yes, income transfer is not only part of the solution. So we need to increase the primary income. And that primary income of the agriculturist in the rural area, that's fine. But somehow in presentation, or maybe in the report, the microcredit dimension is missing, because we talked about technology, we talked about infrastructure, they are the public goods. They benefit everyone in the society, but for the poor, I think microcredit is very much important. I wanted to hear this from Madam, Her Excellency, Madam from Bangladesh.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other question? Yes, please. So that will be the last question. Please be very brief.
Yeah, I'm Javed from India. Actually, what I find that is this categorization of, like developing and LDC is a matter of status. If we look, the situation in India, so we have, large population, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and religious minorities. If we get the data and, see their, income and consumption status, so they are, far below from the other groups. And even, our public spending, though we claim that we are the developing country, but could you imagine that for old age people, per person, we are just paying, per month $3. So you can see the situation. So I think it need to be revisited. Thank you so.
Thank you very much. I think our colleague from UNDP directly addressed to you.
Thank you. It's a very relevant question. Microcredit is, as you know, that the way microcredit started in Bangladesh, and we are a pioneer country in that, it started with giving loan to women in particular and without any collateral. And this is an integral part of sustainable development, which we call financial inclusion. And financial inclusion is extremely important, where you give access to the poor, including the farmers, and you mentioned agriculture. And in Bangladesh, we have created this, this is again social innovation. Central Bank provides, they have made it mandatory to give 10 taka loan, 10 taka, really low collateral-based accounts opening facility to farmers. This is called financial inclusion. In terms of microcredit, as you know that when Professor Yunus received the Nobel Prize, he didn't receive it only because he's giving, you know, his bank, or the Grameen Bank was giving microcredit to women without collateral. But it's actually empowering the women economically, giving them entrepreneurial, you know, leadership opportunities. And this is extremely important, that the poor are empowered to financial inclusion, particularly microcredit. I would like to add that, you know, this would continue. Financial inclusion is going to be an area where Bangladesh will pursue for the LDCs. But quite often, some of the points that have been made by the LDC Watch, I think, are very relevant. One or two issues that we would like to mention is that voice of the LDCs. The reason why sometimes the way IFIs or international financial systems predict the development potential of LDCs or developing countries may go wrong, because, you know, if the countries are more socially innovative and developmental-wise more innovative, then it may not tally. I would like to close with one comment made by famous US Foreign Minister, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. In 71, 74, when we, after our independence, we had a huge famine in the country. And he called Bangladesh a bottomless basket. And as I mentioned that, you know, while our similarities in Maldives are very different, but everything she said, I agree with her that, you know, graduation from one LDC graduation is a very important area that we'll be looking into. But at the same time, you know, these predictions can go wrong, as Bangladesh today is fully self-sufficient, and we are providing food for 160 million mouths, and including we're the 4th largest inland fish producers in the world. So, you know, such predictions can go wrong, but it all depends on the country who are the driving seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. And you're absolutely right. Particularly, economists' prediction goes wrong, definitely. The reason is, in the 50s, economists were asked to predict what will be the prognosis for the countries in the region. You know which country was at the top? Myanmar. And the country that was predicted to be at the bottom was South Korea. How wrong the economists were at that time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for, I think it was a very rich discussion. You get a bit different perspective from these two successful LDCs, then from the development account and the development partner perspective, FAO's perspective, and also from the civil society organizations. So let us give a hand to our eminent speakers, and thank you once again very much. I think Heather has something to announce.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to announce that we will now break for coffee. We will reconvene at 11:30 with our second side event, a high policy dialogue on the strategic regional partnership for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and Pacific. Thank you.
คือถ้ามีคนหนึ่งพูดนะครับผมต้องรีไมค์ที่เหลืออยู่ใช่ครับแล้วก็ถ้าเขากำลังพูดผมก็จะเร่งขึ้นมาใช่ครับแล้วมันเป็นจังหวะที่ผมใช่ครับผมก็เร่งขึ้นมาก่อนให้เสียงมันโอเคก่อนค่อยปรับแต่บางทีเขายุบไม่ทัน
เจ้านายใจร้อนอย่างนี้ขอบคุณมากค่ะ
มันมีเนมเพจอยู่ด้านหน้ามีเนมเพจอยู่ด้านหน้า
ภาษาบังลีก็
แต่ยังไม่ต้องละแต่ยัง
too many panelists
ไม่รู้ต้องถามพี่แดง
When you present, I will hand you with this. When you present, I will hand you with this clicker. You can use this one. This is right. Click on it. Yes, thank you. This is for when you present. We will provide you with this clicker, and then you can use this one, the right hand one, to click forward. Yeah. Same thing for you. When you present, I will hand you this clicker. So this is forward on the right hand. Yeah, yeah. All right, thank you. Since you are the first speaker, yes, the clicker, yes. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce that the high-level policy dialogue on the Strategic Regional Partnership for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific has now begun. I now invite Dr. Ainul Hassan, Director of the Macroeconomic Policy and Development Division, to deliver welcome remarks and lead the panel discussion.
Thank you, Heather. And thank you once again, distinguished participants, delegates, excellencies. I wish to welcome all of you very warmly to this second session this morning, which is on high-level policy dialogue on strategies, regional partnership for 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Dear participants, in the last 2 days, we have been deliberating on the Committee on Macroeconomic Policy and Inclusive Development on the issues including the Agenda 2030. Of course, this Agenda 2030, it's an historic, universal, and transformative agenda for sustainable development. And of course, it provides us with a unique opportunity to rethink economic growth strategies and policies in a more holistic manner. As you know, that MDGs, it put the poverty at the center of the policy debate for the past 15 years. And now, what SDGs is doing is to bringing the other dimensions, which is going to address the issue. Poverty remains an overarching goal, even with the Agenda 2030. But now it has 3 dimensions to it: economic, social, and environmental. You cannot address the poverty as well as the inequality if you do not address all these 3 aspects. So this is a unique opportunity. And of course, the main motto behind it is no one and no country should be left behind. So in the committee for the last 2 days or 3 days, the committee was preparing a roadmap which will be based on the aspiration for transformation and energizing partnership to support the achievement of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. So the objective of this high-level dialogue is to promote and have some more deeper insight from the eminent panel towards a more forward-looking macroeconomic framework and financing strategies that can create an enabling environment for strengthening the planning process at the national level to implement the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, with a view to enhance the strategic regional partnership. So this morning, it is my pleasure to introduce to you very eminent 7 panelists, I understand, who will be sharing their perspective and viewpoints on this topic. Our first speaker this morning is His Excellency Mr. Leonard Tampubolan, who is the Deputy Minister for Economic Affairs, Ministry for National Development Planning in Indonesia. Prior to his current position, he worked as a Director of State Finance and a Director of Macroeconomic Office in Indonesia. So it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Tampubolan. The microphone is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you also for UN for inviting me into this panel. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my presentation this morning is mainstreaming the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for Sustainable Development into Indonesian Development Plan. And I will divide this in the very short time, 10 minutes, the presentation into 4 outlines. Those are current condition, policy strategies, target, and partnership. And I hope I can do it on the 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay, let's directly go to the current condition. The Indonesian economy has growing strong growth, averaging in 5 to 6 years in the last five years. However, our economy has not yet succeeded to make everyone live properly. Economic growth is slowing down, and regionally inequality remains high. If you look at economic growth has been slowing down since 2010, and as a result, Indonesia is facing for a lower potential GDP. And then meanwhile, for the last 30 years, Western Indonesia has dominated the economy, contributing of 80% of the nation's GDP, while the remaining 20% is spread over the eastern part of Indonesia. So the eastern part only 20%. Java, which takes only 7% in Indonesia total area, is the home of 60% of population and contributes 60% of Indonesian economy. Poverty rate reduction also have been slowing down while inequality rising. Indonesia had made remarkable progress actually in reducing the poverty rate from 90% in 2001 to 11% in 2013. However, poverty rate reduction has been slowing down in the past 10 years, and right now, even in 2015, poverty rate saw an increasing. This has been accompanied by rising inequality. Inequality in Indonesia has been rising the fastest among other developed countries. The country's Gini ratio increased from 0.36 in 2007 to 0.41 in 2013. Challenge remains in human resources development. Education is undeniable important to build a strong base for the country's economy. The 2003 National Education Law guarantees the right to 9 years basic education for every child aged 7 to 5 years old. However, in reality, some of our children still cannot attend primary and junior high school. Regional disparity in average length of schooling and literacy rate is still prevalent. In many regions, average length of schooling remains below 6 years. Additionally, we are still dealing with the problem of disparity in service delivery and service utilization among province and socioeconomic status. This condition has caused maternal and infant mortality rate to not decrease as expected and remain far above the MDGs target, because Indonesia, there is a 14 target cannot be achieved in Indonesia. This is we are in the off track for the MDGs, but the other one from 60 something we are can achieve that and on track for this one. Environmental development has also been facing challenges as well. Rapid economic growth has not been always environmentally friendly. High reliance of natural resources, for example, oil, mineral, and forest Three has caused natural resources depletion and environmental degradation. In terms of access to safe drinking water and basic sanitation, the proportion of households with access to safe drinking water is around 67.7% in 2013, while those with access to basic sanitation facility is around 60.9%. Therefore, based on this presentation, 100 million of Indonesian people still have no access to drinking water, and 100 million people have no access to proper sanitation. And then let's move to the policy strategy that Indonesia right now taking. Given the current condition and due to the new president, the government of Indonesia established the Midterm National Development Plan 2015 and 2019 in early of 2015. The Indonesian Midterm Development Plan has three norms actually. The first one is building society and human beings. The second one, improve effort for welfare, prosperity, and productivity should not create a widening inequality. Special attention is given to improve the productivity of lower and middle income people without blocking, inhibiting, shrinking, and reducing flexibility of major actors to continue to be an agent of growth. The third one, development activities must not impair or reduce carrying capacity on environment and the ecosystem balance. There are three dimensions of development in the midterm development plan. Those are human development, primary sector development, and equalization and regional development. Human development covers education, health, housing, and mental or character building. Primary sector development covers food sovereignty, energy sovereignty, and electricity, maritime and marine, as well as the tourist and industry. And finally, equalization and regional development cover equalization among income groups and equalization among the region. Four necessary conditions have to be met in order to achieve the midterm development target. First, certainty and law enforcement. The second, security and law and order. The third one, politics and democracy. And fourth, government and reform. Now let us look at the Indonesia Action for SDG. Under Indonesia Action for SDG program in 2015, the government of Indonesia has initiated several activities for SDGs. There is three main activities actually. The first one is map the goals, target, and potential indicator of sustainable development for three pillars. Those are economic, social, and environment. The second one set up a legal aspect for SDGs, including draft presidential decree on sustainable development, create a national coordinating team for SDGs, and the third one is establish a national secretariat for SDG. And the other one is hold a cross-ministerial meeting with CSO to discuss goal, target, and potential indicator, dissemination material, work plan for 2016 SDG. Indonesia Action for SDG will be collaborative action between the different stakeholders of SDGs, such as central government, local government, university, and so on. Now let's look at the target for the next slide. While Indonesia Midterm Development Plan 2015-2019 was established in the early of 2015, month before SDGs were finalized, the plan itself has incorporated all 17 goals of SDGs. For example, for the first goal of SDGs, it is to end poverty in all its forms everywhere. Our Indonesian midterm plan has incorporated this goal by clearly stating its national goal for poverty eradication, namely to decrease poverty rate to 7 to 8% from now 11%. To increase social protection coverage by covering 62.4 million formal workers and 3.5 million informal workers from 29.5 million workers and 130 million informal workers in 2014. Another example is the 10th goal of SDG, that is reducing inequalities, and also one of our main goals for the next 5 years. In our midterm plan, we want to decrease Gini ratio from 0.41 to 0.36. even though it is very hard to do that, because we know to reduce 1% of 0.1% of Gini ratio is very hard, and we still don't have experience for this one. Not only among groups, but also among region, to increase contribution of on Java Island in GDP from 42 to 45%, and to decrease the number of underdeveloped villages by 500 villages are two examples of our state's target related to the length of the goal of SDG. Let me right now talking about the partnership. Of course, we need a partnership with the other country or the development partner to achieve our target and goal, especially to achieve SDGs target. In this opportunity, I would like to highlight that there is room for future partnership and cooperation with UNESCAP itself. The reason are because we are particularly developing economies are facing some important issues as follows. First one is sustainable development goal versus high growth. It has been perceived that there is a trade-off between SDGs and high economic growth, where it makes that most developing countries are not yet convinced with the overall benefit to implementing environmental agenda mainstream into the economic development agenda. The second one, long-term economic growth versus short-term economic growth. It is agreed that in the long term, SDGs will be beneficial to support high economic growth, but not in the short term. On the other hand, most developing economies are very much keen on the short-term growth, as it is very beneficial for them to ensure an increased economic activity and reduce poverty in the short term. With this regard, we propose the UNESCAP can look at the regional perspective and focus on the following policy action and recommendations on how developing economies can manage and minimize the trade-off between environmental or social concern and high economic growth. Managing the trade-off needs innovative policy action and invention. Developing economies can speed up the possible positive impact of implementing environmental or social development agenda on accelerated economic growth. Developing economies need innovative policy and action to minimize the risk and trade-off. UNESCAP can contribute to this important challenge. With that, I would like to stop my presentation here, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Thampu Bolan. I think it was a very useful presentation, I must say, and sharing us with some of the very important information on about Indonesia. I think the point that you raise is that while the growth rate is quite impressive, it's 5 to 6% for so many years, yet I heard that over 100 million people do not have sanitation or water and so on. Now, this is the challenge and this is the dilemma of fast growth. Question is that whether a 10% growth rate, which only benefits 2% of the population and majority of the benefit goes to a very small segment of the society, whether that kind of paradigm is better than take it a little bit slower, let's say 8% or 7%, but 5% goes to the masses. This is the challenge that the development economists and economists are facing. I think in our first MDG report, we suggested that if you slow down a little bit, but you also pay attention to the distribution side, I think that kind of growth will be more sustainable in the long run. Otherwise, if the gap gets larger, it will be more challenging for the country to narrow that gap in the future. Because what is going to happen is that with the fast growth, the best quality labor force with the higher productivity will be employed, but then those who are with low productivity, they will be pushed back, and to bring them up, you will have to spend more money. But of course, this is the challenge of the country. The country will have to decide which growth path is suitable, but in my personal view, is that a balanced would be more important. You also mentioned about the environmental issues. Again, this is again a challenge, because there's also saying that you grow first and clean up later versus you clean up first and grow later. I don't know. again, this is where the country will have to decide what is good for the country. We are no one to dictate you. It is the country's people, the democracy, the people can decide what is good for them. But whatever you do, keep the long-term perspective in mind. If you have to, because there is always a trade-off, and the country will have to decide what is a better trade-off and what path will be better for the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Thampu Bulan, which is very important. And I'm sure ESCAP, the suggestion that you made, ESCAP stands ready. And we have an environmental division we will be discussing with you. And we hope that ESCAP can help or support Indonesia, which is a very large country. And what happens in Indonesia will have implication to other countries as well. Thank you once again. I am now pleased to invite His Excellency Mr. Abdul Halim Abdul Ghafoor, who is the Deputy Minister of Finance, Maldives. I understand that he also handles the planning side, and Agenda 2030 would be very important, particularly for the planning ministry. So, Mr. Ghafoor, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think it will be helpful if I can get the pointer.
They can help you, if you don't mind, because that way you'll be more comfortable.
First of all, I would like to thank you and ESCAP for inviting me for this high-level policy dialogue. And I believe this is a very important forum to voice out. In fact, I would like to also acknowledge the presence of our Madam Governor here, and she has highlighted what country requires, and she has urged international community what actually country requires. I'm sure I cannot urge international community any better than Madam Governor. Thank you so much. And before coming to my presentation, in my presentation I'll be highlighting what were our achievements. Of course, Maldives is a small but a beautiful country with a lot of achievements, but challenges still remains. So my presentation will be on that area. Before I come to my presentation, I would just like to emphasize on what UN Secretary General earlier this year said. He said, and I quote, 2015 is not just another year, but it is a chance that we change the course of history. Rightly said, and today, towards the end of the year, we are changing the history of course. And of course, when we talk about development, we are talking about the philosophy of hope. MDG was one such hope that we have lived by, and by achieving MDGs, our countries, we have achieved tremendously, and we are the beneficiaries of it. And this year, again, we are stepping into new milestone of SDGs. I'm confident that throughout the journey of SDGs, by 2030, our countries and in this region will definitely benefit and will be one of the best area in the world. I also like to quote from what our president previously said, His Excellency Abdul Qayyum said, where there's life, there's hope. And this region has hope in all aspects, whether it is economic or social aspects. With this note, I'll just go through my presentation. First of all, I will just, for your understanding, I'll just go through some overview of the country. And day for yesterday and today, Madam Governor has briefly highlighted how our country is divided, how a country is developed. We have over 1,000 islands, and of which we are living in 188 islands, which is divided into 20 administrative atolls. And resident population, as on the official statistics, is 402. Unfortunately, that may not be very right, but that's the official statistics. I'll come back to the data collection a little bit later. And nominal GDP we have 6,791 per capita. And highest contribution to the GDP is toward tourism, which is contributing 28%. Of course, fisheries, the traditional sector, though it's contributing low, it is the largest employer and the employment source of the country. It's always good to talk about the achievements. And when we talk about the achievements, we forget about the challenges. Of course, our poverty, based on National Human Development Report of 2014, is below 10%. We're not talking about the absolute poverty, we are talking about the relative poverty here. There's no hunger at all. And we have achieved literacy rate of 99%, and life expectancy has gone up to 74 from 47 years. We are only the MDG plus country in the region, with achieving 5 out of 8 goals, and highest per capita in South Asia, Asian region, and also a medium HDI country with a HDI of 0.688, which is in par with the world average. And of course, we have graduated from LDC status in 2012. I just want to highlight this. This is all because of sustainable investment in health and education in mid-90s and 2000s. This is where sustainable investment, sustainable development is important. If it would have not been a sustained investment in the area of health and education, we would have not achieved this, and I will not be here to talk about all the achievements. But when we talk about the achievements, challenges still remains. One of the main challenge is still the inequality. There is large income inequality in the country. As the director highlighted, the growth of a speedy growth, which has beneficial to a fewer population, is better, or a slower growth which affects the mass is better. That is the kind of question that we are asking in Maldives. Tourism sector, which is contributing 28% of GDP, is in 2 atolls. It is concentrated in Malay area. So the rest 18 atolls are left behind in terms of tourism benefits, which means a person in Malay area is likely to earn twice as in atolls. And of course, we have healthcare facilities in all the islands, but the quality of care and the nutrition, there is a wide gap when we compare to Malay and atolls. Education, we have schools and educational institutes throughout the country in all the islands, but people in islands have less access to higher secondary and tertiary education, which is one reason why people need to travel to capital city, and capital city become a congested place. And while we work towards achieving SDGs, our main focus will be on inclusive growth, addressing inequalities, and building resilience against climate change. And our broader policies will be economic diversification, urbanization, and tax reforms. I will come to this in detail in coming slides. As it is said, no one left behind. We have said last year, no child shall be left behind. So we are right now adopting the policy of inclusive education, which means there is a program for any child, whether academically strong or weak. There will be a program for any child, and no child is left behind. With this, we are, after a decade, we see that no one will be left behind in terms of employment. Everybody will have something to do. And economic diversification is the most important area that right now we are focusing. Not only developing the tourism, but also developing the other industries. While we talk about developing tourism, we are right now a luxurious brand of tourism, but we are also focusing on all income groups to build hotels in addition to resorts, and also the guest houses for the middle income group. And we have a policy to increase tourism expansion of from 25,000 beds to 35,000 beds in coming 3 years. And with that, local employment there will be an addition of 8,000 local employment to that area. And also right now there is understanding that in every tourist resort there should be 45% of locals, but this will be changed to 50% depending on the availability of local employees. And creating jobs. This is one of the important aspects that that the country needs to address right now. Maldivian population, 35% of Maldivian population is between 18 to 35 years, which means we have a very young generation, and of which 28% is unemployed. There's an unemployment of 28%. When we talk on the other side, government right now provides job opportunities for one among every 8 person, every citizen, every 8 citizen in the country. Which means though the government is providing large number of jobs to the people, the youth is still unemployed. It's because there is a structural issue in the area of employment. So our policy is to enhance private sector engagement in the area. In fact, our target is to make private sector as engine of growth in the country. And also we are coming up with special economic zones for the purpose of creating jobs. Of course, special economic zones have benefits which government may not benefit from, again, from the tax revenue of these zones, but definitely it will contribute to the economy and to the jobs. And just coming to the last couple of slides, another important area that Maldives right now has to deal is resilience against climate and natural disasters. 2004 tsunami, the loss was 470 million, which was huge when we compare at that time and even today. And today, the climate change are happening one way or another. For example, in this year, the rise of temperature, the change in temperature at sea level, it's affecting tuna migration, and the fishing industry is affected. Unexpected weather condition has an impact on tourism sector. There are soil erosions, tidal flooding. Even, in fact, last week, there's rainwater flood in south of the country, which we don't experience normally. And in addition, the freshwater lens of these small islands are destroyed, and we are forced to build the desalination plants in all the islands to provide fresh water to each of islanders. In that regard, our main policies will be the coastal protection. We are spending huge from our budget for the protection of coastal area, and renewable energy resources. We have a program ongoing, the ESCAP POIST program, which is ongoing with the help of all multilateral donors, where our target is to have 30% of renewable energy in the country. Coming to the very last slide, when we work towards achieving our 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, one thing that we need to do is we need to strengthen our existing frameworks. By frameworks, I mean we have enough of regional corporations, enough of regional bodies, but the SDGs need to get aligned with the roadmap of bodies like SARC, and we shall work in one direction, achieving the SDGs. What I have understood at the last time was, while we were working with the MDG, we are also was working with the SDGs. Though it's parallel, we do not wish to have different goals at this time. We'll work with SDGs continuous as one program. And the challenges when we talk about SDGs, of course, is financing. Back in country, we are trying to enhance our tax system and pool maximum available resources. In fact, we have a strongly built tax system where 30% of our revenue is from tax. But there is one step that we need to carry forward, which is implementing income tax. And coming to the very last 2 points of monitoring and data collection, I know I am a bit out of time now. The very first point which I have highlighted, 402 was the official statistics of a census. But unofficially, we know that there are 150,000 migrant workers and 342,000 people living. This is the area that we need to focus, data collection. I think Madam Governor has very briefly emphasize on this area. Data collection and having an efficient, transparent monitoring mechanism for the country. And I think this is very important in order while we work towards achieving SDGs. We need to know where we are and what we need to do and how we go forward. With that note, I'll just conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, Mr. Ghafoor. I think it's an excellent presentation. It's quite informative, and see how a small country can. I think lessons to be learned. And I really appreciate two things that you mentioned, that Maldives has been investing heavily on education and health, and it's a continuous investment, and that has paid the dividend. I think lessons to be learned for other countries. And you also mentioned that Maldives is how to have the sustainable, because some disparity I can see in Maldives. So of course, in that context, I think the suggestion of diversifying your economy, because obviously your tax rate, it's not tax, it's a total revenue, is 30% of the GDP, but mostly I suspect must be coming from the tourism. So to make it, and tourism, as we all know, is quite volatile. Depending on the economic condition, depending on other factors, it could be volatile. And if it is volatile, then it can affect your social expenditure and so on. So I think the diversification would be very, very crucial in this context. And finally, now that Maldives have achieved 99% literacy, I think what Maldives has to go for is the quality of yesterday, what I said yesterday. Because future will be the era of science and technology, and I'm sure small, yes, there are certain disadvantages, but small is not the major constraint. I mean, look at Singapore today. Such a small country, but how much it is contributing. So thank you once again, Deputy Minister, Mr. Ghafoor, for a wonderful presentation. It's now my pleasure to invite Assistant Minister, Ms. Rosemary Adilon, a very dear friend and a dear friend of ESCAP. Thank you, and thank you for coming. She's the Assistant Minister for Policy and Planning at the Economic Planning Ministry of the Philippines. Rose, the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much, Ainul. Always a pleasure to be here at the ESCAP. I will be discussing the need for a new development planning paradigm to achieve the SDGs. So my discussion will come in 3 parts. First, a quick overview of how we've been doing development planning, at least in the Philippines. And then second, that actually the MDGs required already a modified planning paradigm, which we probably realized a bit too late, and that's the reason for the unfinished business for some of the MDGs. But taking the lessons forward, then we can adopt this so that we have a better chance of achieving the SDGs. So very briefly, oh, by the way, pardon the equations, that's just my way of that's my way of reducing the slides. Okay, so this is how I would illustrate the usual development planning paradigm. So when we talk of a development plan, it's usually a set of strategies that optimize a given social welfare function, given resources, and within a certain time horizon. So the essential features are, first, the definition of that social welfare function, which hopefully will come out of a participative process, determining the resources, and then just defining the time horizon. So you have there, if you are a utilitarian, then what that social welfare function is just a sum of all these utilities. Of course, easier said than done. But the tension is that the consumption goods that generates satisfaction or utility for the consumers results from the production using the Y goods, for instance. But this one generates this utility. And this one interacts with the public goods, but this one will have to come from taxes, tax collections. So again, that's also one way of arriving at this utility. So what usually happens, though, is that the social welfare function is defined by the political leadership. So we wait until a new president comes into power, and that's when we start coming up with our development plans. And then with respect to the resources, again, it's very much defined by the political leadership. Okay, if they plan to raise taxes, if they plan to borrow, and so on. The time horizon is the term of that political leadership. So in our case, 6 years, minus 1 year for the preparation of the plans. It's 5 years. Yeah. Now, what about the MDG? The MDG, as I said, actually required, the basic assumption is that the political leadership actually knows what is that social welfare function, that you don't have to go through all the 100 million Filipinos scattered over about 8,000 islands to determine that. And of course, that there's a primacy of fiscal resources. And there's also that basic assumption that optimizing the current social welfare function will not adversely impact on the next generation's social welfare. So with respect to the MDG, it actually required a different paradigm. First, the social welfare function is now the MDG. It's not as defined by the political leadership. The resources is defined by the current resources, plus the future, plus external resources that we could mobilize. And the planning horizon is 15 years, which is actually more than the term of the political leadership. So, and then, instead of the utilitarian function, you see there that instead of maximizing the sum of all the utilities, what we're doing is really maximizing the utility of the least advantaged person. So the tension here really is that not all people are subscribed to that idea. So not all people are okay with the fact that you maximize the utility of the poorest person at the expense or using my tax money, that sort of thing. For them, the government assistance given to the poor just encourages that dole-out mentality. So there's a lot of tension that's brought about by the MDG. And we find that actually we need to include other processes in our development planning, in coming up with a development plan. First, a proactive advocacy plan. Second, an effective indicator system. Third, a continuity plan, and a financing plan. With respect to the proactive advocacy plan, we really need to address that negative correlation between the fact that we're using the middle class tax money to increase the utility of the poorest person who may not be paying taxes, that sort of thing. We also need to address the negative correlation between our own income or endowment and the amount of external resources that we could mobilize, like the case of Maldives when they had to graduate from being an LDCs, then you also lose out on some of the benefits. And we also need to address the fact that some of the interventions may not be acceptable. Like in our case, with respect to the maternal mortality rate target, that's where we failed quite a lot. And the reason for that is that the intervention required goes against our culture. Because the Philippines is a very Catholic country, so it requires being able to manage the family, possibly through artificial means, and that goes against the church. So it really requires a lot of proactive advocacy campaign there. And as you can see here, it's not just about, it's about maximizing outcomes. So it's not just about maximizing incomes. It's not just about GDP growth. With respect to the effective indicator system, I mean effective in the sense that it can exact accountability. So it has to take cognizance of the administrative structure. So in the Philippines, a number of the public goods and services have been devolved to the local government units. But our statistical system actually did not revise their processes such that a number of our statistics are available only at the national level or at best regional level, for which you cannot account for the accountability of your provincial and municipal local governments. And what's more, the timing of the reporting has to be such that it's within the term of the current leadership so that you can hold them accountable. So in the case of the SDG, what we plan to do is to come up with time slices so that each administration will be accountable for this much reduction in poverty, this much reduction in hunger, and so on. A continuity plan. In the case of the SDG and the MDG, its time horizon is 15 years. For the Philippines, that means 4 presidents. 3 to 6 sets of local leaders, depending on whether they get re-elected. So there's also a need to come up with always you have that continuity within the bureaucracy. I like the suggestion of Indonesia, where there will be a national task force, coordinating task force to look at this. And always there has to be a lookout for new champions. And then, of course, very importantly, financing plan. So we have realized also with respect to the MDG that we really need more of the domestic resource mobilization to fund the needs of the MDG. And that's also what will happen, we think, for the SDG. And so you're talking about taxes, for which you will still need growth, income growth. And then we're also talking about external assistance and public-private partnership. The PPP doesn't have to be with respect to the SDG alone or the MDG alone. It can come, let's say it can be for infrastructure provision, because that will mean that the money that we would otherwise be spending for roads and bridges, this can now be spent for the SDG or the MDGs. Another is, very importantly, protecting the gains. So we have actually learned this the hard way, like when we had Typhoon Haiyan back in 2013, November of 2013. So there's really a need to build resiliency, include that in our strategies, and of course, the need to increase the coverage of social protection, including social insurance. So, for the SDGs, becomes more complicated because we have introduced another variable, which is the environment. But we think that the same lessons can be adopted. We still need an advocacy plan. We want ESCAP leadership as well in making sure that the next president will also take on this commitment of the SDG. We need an effective indicator system. Remember that it now includes the environment, for which we do not yet have a set of measures with respect to making decisions concerning that trade-off between the economic, the social, and the environment. There's the UNCA, but it's still not being adopted widely. We still do not have an ecosystem accounting. So that one is still very much in need. A continuity plan, again, taking the leadership. We want ESCAP to, I think as an institution, it will be here until way beyond 2030. So we hope that they take on this part on the continuity plan. Financing plan is also, once again, very important, especially since there will be a lot of needs, obviously. And as we rely more on let's say, foreign direct investments, that's the added complication of transfer pricing by these multinationals, for which we need, again, regional cooperation to address this. So those are my 2 cents worth. Hopefully, leave no Filipino behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rose. I'm really impressed with your. Just leave it there. Just leave it there. I think it's, no, go back to the slides, please. Yeah. Yeah, last slide. Yeah. Yes, it's a very, very impressive. And I can see a lot of inconsistency that you mentioned. Not only time inconsistency, I can see inconsistency of continuity, possibly could be inconsistency of financing plan. I think this welfare function that you're optimizing, you're aggregating them of the peoples of the economy. So because you have had the summation. So now the challenge will be that what kind of weight you're giving. What happens is that you end up giving more weight to a certain group. So you may be optimizing that welfare function. And of course, you have subject to all those constraints that you mentioned. But then you will get the optimization. Government would do that because the political leadership. But then that is where the inequality issue. If you're focusing, because here the advocacy, a group will be able to express their voice by virtue of their power and then money and so on. So the society it may appear to be optimal, but in reality it may not be. But this is a good model, and I think we would like to sit down and discuss in future. Thank you very much. Okay, let's now move to the next speaker. It's now my pleasure to invite Mr. Dasho Sonam Wangchuk. He is the Secretary of the Gross National Happiness Commission of Bhutan. Mr. Wangchuk, let's all become happy. Tell us how to become happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it working, the mic?
Yes.
Okay.
Just take this one. Psychologically, you will feel much better.
Yeah. Thank you. If anybody would like to import happiness, we are here to export. Basically, my presentation here, I'll not be talking about what we have achieved, and also I'll not be talking about what we'll be doing, but I'll be talking about what kind of partnerships at the regional level and the international level that could be forged to help supplement and complement the national efforts. Because what you'll be doing to achieve SDGs is something of a national discourse, which will be held within the constituents of the country, and we'll make sure the SDGs are achieved. Therefore, my presentation here would basically focus on three essential points. First is I would like to talk briefly on the Bhutan's national development context. Secondly, I would like to talk how this context, by default, integrates the SDG elements. And third, how would at the regional and the international level, can partnership be forged to help the countries to achieve SDGs? So basically, it will be along those lines. First is on Bhutan's development context. That is, for Bhutan, the social economic development framework has been and will continue to be guided by the overarching philosophy of achieving gross national happiness, which is a multidimensional development framework that places the well-being of people at the center of development. Now, this philosophy basically assumes many other things. Among others, the most important are three. That is, the philosophy assumes that the development can only be meaningful if it puts the collective happiness, which is inclusivity, of the people as the end goal of development. The second important one is it supports the notion that happiness pursued and realized in the context of the greater good of the society offers the best possibility for the sustained happiness of individuals. Third, it presupposes that the state must take the responsibility in creating enabling conditions for individuals to pursue happiness, thereby facilitating the endeavors in the pursuit of achieving gross national happiness. So therefore, the creation of an enabling environment for promotion of, we call it GNH, is being undertaken through a set of 4 key strategies, popularly known as the 4 pillars of GNH. They are namely sustainable and equitable socio-economic development. This we are talking about GDP. It is very important. Second one is conservation and sustainable utilization and management of environment. Third one is preservation of culture. And the fourth one is good governance. So these are the 4 pillars within which the development planning is being pursued. Currently, so all these successive 5-year plans, we have this 5-year planning system, are pursued within the framework of the GNH. And this framework will continue to be used irrespective of the change in the government, because it has been mandated in the Constitution that socio-economic development shall be pursued within the context of the achievement of gross national happiness. So irrespective of the government, this is going to be the overall arching kind of development kind of a context. The current is the 11th 5-year plan, with the goal of which is self-reliance, inclusive, and green socio-economic development. It is a result-based planning framework with 16 national key result areas, and these are supported by sectoral key result areas, which are further supported by district-level key result areas. And these are all kind of set along the 4 pillars of gross national happiness with key performance indicators as well. And on the top of that, again, in addition, all government policies have to follow a protocol for policy formulation, which includes any kind of policy that is being formulated by any sector of the government will have to go through this protocol, which also includes the screening of that policy document itself through a GNH lens. There are 22 variables through which it is being screened to make sure that it is compatible with the principles of GNH. Now, coming to the alignment of SDGs within the GNH development context, I would say that Bhutan's people-centered approach to development, that is the GNH-based development context, has ensured that the SDGs are inherently aligned and embedded in our development plans and programs. And MDGs before and now SDGs are by default an integral part of our development plan in pursuit of achievement of GNH. So basically, for us, it is the GNH, and this MDGs and SDGs are just and automatically forms a part of our planning process. So now, here, in this context, now, if I would say that right after the adoption of the SDGs at the international level, we have done a rapid integrated assessment of our 11th 5-year plan against the SDG targets and goals. And we found that all 16 SDGs out of 17, one is not relevant to Bhutan because it is on maritime. So therefore, for us, it is 16. Out of 16, all goals are already included in our 16 national key result areas. And there are 169 targets, out of which of relevance to Bhutan is 143, of which 134 are already included in our national key result areas and the targets. So therefore, for us, the SDGs are already in alignment with Bhutan's planning framework. Now, my third point is, what are the prerequisites, as I view it, for achievement of SDGs? And how to forge strategic partnership for this? I would say first is the political will. In Bhutan's case, it is already embedded in the constitution, so it is there. So therefore, I think not only the political will should be there at the national level, but also at the regional and the international level, because national efforts will have to be complemented and supplemented through a conducive international environment too. Then the second one is adequate financial resource mobilization, critical for closing the investment gaps in infrastructure, social development, and mitigation and adaptation to climate change in realization of SDGs. So this the financing is so important, because without which I think it will be very difficult for the countries to achieve the SDGs. I mean, while countries continue to find innovative ways of mobilizing internal resources, financing through internal resources will not be adequate, particularly for small and vulnerable economies like Bhutan. Hence, more focus should be given to finding out innovative financing methods through regional funding windows, scaling up financing by multilateral banks, and most importantly, securing scaled-up ODA commitments. So for us, we feel that financing is one of the critical factors that would play a very important role in ensuring the SDGs are being met. Number third is the achievement of SDGs would ultimately entail bringing about social advancement and sustainable economic growth, which in turn can be propelled through enhanced productivity and adequate economic diversification. To achieve that, I think we need the following environment to be created at the regional and the international level. First is deeper regional economic integration as an anchor towards secure and expanded market opportunities for goods and services, which could act as catalyst or a building block towards capturing larger market share at the global level. Therefore, equal focus and importance be attached towards integration at the global level as well, in addition to our regional. Then, again, the second one to achieve this productivity and economic diversification is regional cooperation in the field of macroeconomics, surveillance and monitoring, and financial market development and integration. These are all, I think, shopping list, the obvious ones, but I think more meat needs to be put in there through regional cooperation. And third one is investment in economic, trade, and transit infrastructure, social infrastructure, and even the cultural infrastructure. If you look at the nature of the goals of SDGs, even the culture is so important. So therefore, this will contribute towards enhancing productivity and inclusivity. Then the another issue that needs to be taken into account is the regional connectivity, which is critical for trade facilitation. I mean, seamless flow of goods and services is very important for deeper economic integration within the region. Unlike in the West, I mean, our part of the world, I think this is the least kind of integrated region in the sense that in terms of transport logistics, we are still having problems because maybe the conventions like TIER, the transport conventions, which allows seamless flow of goods and services is going to have a long way in facilitating the flow of goods and services. So this seems to be a very important area to be looked into. Cooperation in the field of disaster management, resilience to climate change through mitigation and adaptation measures at the regional level is also equally important. And since we are talking about sustainable development goals, then the role of technology is very important. How do we bring about this technology while boosting the economic growth? At the same time, if you have to conserve your environment, I think it is only through technology, because otherwise we have to pollute in order to have economic growth. But if you want to have a green kind of a growth, technology plays an important role. How do we bring about that? It's because basically through R&D and kind of at the regional level, cooperation on transfer of technology. I'm coming to the end. Then, of course, trade and economic cooperation, like to exploit competitive advantages and complementarities, like maybe if some are efficient, more efficient in energy, to boost the growth, I think those things need to be looked into. And finally, I think ensuring inclusive development would not only mean financial inclusion, it doesn't only mean reducing poverty and reducing inequality, gender and environmental mainstreaming, but would also mean targeting the disadvantaged and vulnerable sections of population through appropriate measure and strengthen social protection policies at national and also at the regional and the international level. So my last point is the implementation of the programs and activities through institutionalizing effective and efficient monitoring and evaluation mechanism. So for this, again, the question of data collection, and even where data are not available, like maybe green accounting and those things needs to be instituted in order to ensure effective monitoring and evaluation. And in this, I mean, all these points could be, the ESCAP Secretariat could play a very important role in facilitating this through its research and analysis, kind of a continuation of its research and analysis activities and consensus building, facilitating, and providing advisory services, facilitating, disseminating the information. I think through that, I think this kind of regional kind of cooperation can be forged into. With that, I would like to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wangchuk. I think it was a wonderful presentation. And we are very pleased to hear that Bhutan has already taken the initiative in adapting the SDGs into their planning process. And a lot of it is also embedded in their constitution. So the continuity, time, and consistency on that probably may not work because the Constitution guarantees for that. And of course, the gross happiness index, you know, we used to find an excuse when I was teaching at the 101 level that in the absence of all this subjective evaluation, GDP is the one that we should optimize. But obviously, GDP would not capture all the welfare of the society. So therefore, but this is the suboptimal, but yet we used to use that. But I hope that now Bhutan has found a way out, some sort of indicator which can capture all these, which Rose was trying to optimize, would be available. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Fayana Susanna Lulu. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Development Bank of Samoa. So now we will hear from a banker about SDGs. I think I'm sure it will be very refreshing for us to hear from the banker's point of view on SDGs. Susanna, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. I feel like I'm in a very exclusive situation, considering the imbalance in this inclusive approach for our region. Nevertheless, I would like to acknowledge the delegates from the Pacific region, home to over 1 billion people. As stated, I am not in a position to speak about the implementation of the MDGs nor the SDGs for Samoa because it is not my area of expertise. However, I would like to share about the work of the Development Bank, how it supports and complements the initiatives of Samoa towards achieving the SDGs. When I attended the 70th anniversary of the UN office in Samoa and the launch of the 17 SDGs, I find the SDGs very bold, very ambitious. And I said to myself, how are we going to achieve these 17 SDGs within a period of 15 years? Despite the challenges, I thought to myself, I felt encouraged and motivated that we at the Development Bank has a critical role to ensure that Samoa's initiatives will be achieved through our work. The Development Bank is a government entity. We align all of our plans to our strategy for the development of Samoa, or the Samoa National Plan 2012-2016, and currently under review for the new 4-year period. Our vision is improved quality of life for all. And this culminates all if the 17 SDGs will be achieved. From the perspective of the Development Bank of Samoa, the key priority areas we work on for the economic development is under these 4 key priority areas: sustainable tourism, sustainable agriculture, sustainable business development, and the newly financial inclusion development. Samoa's economy relies heavily on tourism for the foreign exchange. However, as already stated by the other panelists, tourism sector is volatile. It can be affected by economic conditions, climate conditions, and natural calamities, and others. The Development Bank, we invest about 57% of our lending portfolio to tourism developments. However, tourism developments only accounts for less than 5% of the number of the total clients we hold. For agriculture, our portfolio accounts for 10% of agriculture. In terms of number, it accounts for over 60%. So we have a lot of work to do in developing our agriculture. For business development, we do a lot of SMEs, and this varies in all the industries that we on lend to. Financial inclusion, as I said, it's a new area that we have explored. And we have partners who we are working with to ensure there is financial inclusion within our community. How do we support sustainable economic growth and social enhancement? Through development financing to all of these economic sectors. As I said, tourism holds a higher percentage of our lending portfolio, with agriculture and fishing at 10%. And then other industry sectors with commerce, services, and SMEs hold the other percentage. Social inclusion, that's where we cover the microcredit finance groups. It is still in its infant stage, but this is an area we are looking at to further enhance in moving forward. In addition to our normal financing to the development sectors, we have been facilitating special development initiatives. In a span of 6 years, Samoa has been severely affected by 2 natural disasters, the tsunami of 2009 and the tropical cyclone Evan in 2012. Whilst we were recovering from the tsunami, we were hit by Cyclone Evan. The Development Bank role has been to enable affordable and timely financing to ensure that the rehabilitation and the recovery program for all of our developments are done in a timely manner. As I mentioned, we rely on tourism and agriculture. Most of our tourism developments were severely affected because they are all located in the southern coastal area. When we were hit by the cyclone, we have just recovered, slowly recovering, and then another 360-degree turn. And most of the developments that were affected were also within the tourism sector. It was not just about the strong winds. Flooding became the worst enemy within because it affected the whole of the main island, which is Upolu, central to all of our business developments. And agriculture was severely affected. We also do lending for small, medium enterprises. And this assistance varies in terms of sectors that we lend to. The most popular one is retailing and handicrafts and food and clothing. In terms of a definition of SME, I would say that 90% of our developments are SME. And one would be a large investment, and that is the Aggie Grace Hotel, which was severely affected during the tropical cyclone Evan. Aggie Grace Hotel has been the forefront of our tourism activities. For those of you who have visited Samoa, Aggie Grace Hotel has a long history. And up to now, work is still in progress to complete the rebuilding after the cyclone. Aggie Grace Hotel has partnered up with the international chain of Starwoods or Sheraton Hotel Group, and we are all looking forward to a grand opening come February 2016. In terms of social development, we lend for school projects. We don't do the educational facilities or the classrooms, but we assist with the school halls. And we also fund a private school, and that was for additional classrooms to accommodate the additional role. We also lend to district hospitals. And one of our hospital projects is in the Big Island of Savai. And then we do our microcredit financing, which empowers the women groups around the rural areas. And their micro-projects were assisted in a way to improve their livelihood but most importantly, we encourage them to see the micro developments for income generation purposes as well. Our partnerships, as a development bank, financing is a challenge, and because we do not have a commercial arm, we rely solely on our collection for cash flow purposes. So we have our financing partners, both domestic and international, in the form of the European Investment Bank. Locally, we have financing partnerships with the National Provident Fund, and most recently, the Central Bank of Samoa, who has been our financier for the concessional credit facilities for the natural disaster, and also for the SIDS CYG facility. In terms of development partnership, as I said, we encourage SME development, and we have a close partnership for over 20 years now with the Small Business Enterprise Center. It's a quasi-government agency, and their assistance is in the form of guarantee. SME's challenge is in the term of security or collateral, because commercial banks would require a freehold asset for the purpose of lending. And that's where we, as the development bank, would come in. So we look at SPEC for the guarantee to provide assistance in terms of security or collateral for SMEs, and even for some of our microcredit clients. We also have partnerships with the Ministry for Women for the microcredit empowerment of women development. We have the Ministry of Agriculture in support of the ESCAP project, or the revival of livestock, fruit and vegetables, a project supported by the World Bank and in partnership with SPEC as well. In terms of sector partnerships, we lend significantly to the tourism sector. As such, in terms of technical assistance or advice on how the industry is doing, we have close relationships with the Samoa Tourism Authority, the Samoa Hotels Association in both the main island and our Savaii Island. We also have regular consultations with our clients in the industry, because we want to understand the challenges they are facing, and they also need to understand the challenges the bank will face if they are not committed to their borrowing obligations. In terms of technical assistance, this is a bit limited at the moment. As I said, in our development bank, we need capacity building, because the level and the extent of development banking we have right now is way different from 30 years ago. So capacity building is a priority, not just for our people, our staff within the bank, but also for our clients. And capacity building in the area of financial literacy is very critical for business sustainability. In Samoa, like in other Pacific Islands, we have a lot of commitments, personal commitments, church, community, business commitments, and prioritization is critical for our development partnership to work. And at times, because we are a government entity, people tend to look at us as not a bank, but as more a charity bank, because priority is allocated to other commitments rather than to the financing commitment. We have regional partnerships, which still in an infant stage, which we would like to see more developed. And within the Pacific region, we are a member of the Association of Development Financing Institutions in the Pacific. There are 18 members comprising of 18 Pacific Island countries. And there is no doubt that our respective role as development banks within our own Pacific Island is very much recognized. However, as a body, as an association for the Pacific region, we are not all there, and our presence needs to be out there. That we have a critical role in sustainable development, and our voice needs to be heard because we have our challenges, but there's more opportunities if we are given the chance. We are also a member of the Association of Development Financing Institutions in Asia and the Pacific. However, the focus, from my personal observation, is more on the Asian region and less on the Pacific region. We would like to see this partnership be extended more to the Pacific region in terms of capacity building. It's very expensive for us in the Pacific region to fly all the way to Asia. And to bring over the capacity building opportunities, there should be a program that alternates these opportunities for all the members. In terms of challenges, as a development bank, financing is always a challenge. We have development priorities challenge. We have to prioritize tourism and agriculture, SME, but what of the other development sectors? So there's a toss in priorities. And in terms of resources, we need to be smart with resource management, and we also have to be well-versed with our data, because this is important in our future plans. Natural disaster, climate change. We in the Pacific, vulnerable to natural disaster and climate change. The COP21 meetings, we have heard the Pacific leaders making strong statements that the world needs to take immediate action because we are severely affected with climate change implications. And capacity building, we look out for partnerships that would help us with this capacity building, because a well-educated, well-skilled workforce will transfer all of that talent and skill to our clients. Opportunities and looking ahead. Development Bank is here for the long term because we provide financing assistance to developments that commercial banks would not normally lend to. We provide affordable and accommodative financing terms that are more user-friendly and affordable for our clients. So we need sustainable partnerships, nurture them, build them, find new ones. We have to manage sustainable client relations, because if we don't, then there is a high risk of NPP, which we don't want to manage in the long term. We need policy reforms that will provide for accommodative lending terms to ensure that we will work towards a more inclusive, sustainable development lending scheme. Collaborative initiatives, this is within the government and also in the private sector, so that there is no duplication in the roles, and improve efficiency in our service delivery and information sharing. Disaster management and climate change resilience. As a development bank, this is a new area, and we would have to find ways on how we may assist our clients to be climate change resilient. And of course, funding is critical. Regional cooperation, this needs to be enhanced, and the assistance and support of the ADB, the ESCAP, to make sure that the Pacific region is well represented, and we have mutual needs and challenges that need to be addressed like other SIDS nations. And we need to be more inclusive in our engagement. When we have these international forums, we would like to see more participation from the Pacific region. We and Asia are different, but we have commonalities that we can share and learn from each other. However, we also have differences which are mutual to the Pacific Islands that needs to be addressed and nurtured so that we may all work together to achieving the SDGs in our respective countries. And
thank you.
That's all.
Thank you, Susanna. I think it was a very comprehensive and detailed presentation. I think you really provided very good information to us. Now, please, participants, the lunch is available. It will be served. I think every one of you are invited to join the lunch. But I think let's give the opportunity to these speakers. They're sharing with us such an important, because from the development bank's point of view, that the development bank is talking about inclusive finance. This is something very, very important and a good lesson to be learned from here. And I hope that the other development, because whenever we talk about development bank, one thinks of only infrastructure. But here, I think they are also getting into a big hand to Susanna. Speaker is Ms. Mumpini. She is the Executive Director of IBECA Indonesia. And I understand that she has won the very prestigious award, Magasasa Award. So Ms. Mumpini, please, the microphone is yours. 10 minutes or 7 minutes would be better.
I agree with you, especially I have to catch my flight soon. Well, thank you, everybody. It was my privilege to be with all of you here, and thanks to ESCAP. Well, this afternoon, I would like just to share as a representing the civil society, and I hope that all of us here trying to recall back what is actually, okay, thank you, the clicker, thank you. I know that development has many aspects, but among all those aspects, we would just like to take only 9 items, which is, you can see from what, the social justice as a goal, and human right or obligation, because when you talk about human right, it's talking about other people's obligation, but obligation is coming within ourselves as a goal. But education as a means and goal. Sustainability also as a goal. Local culture as a goal. Environment and health as well as a means and goal. But look at what financial and economic growth is as a mean. But when we see in the mainstream, usually financial and economic growth as a goal. If the development implementation, I think I have to. Can you help me just move, please. Just move forward. Right. Okay. So it's okay. But if we put, development model implementation is using financial and economic growth as a goal. So you can see very clearly here, quickly, what happens? It's become a poison of development, in a development. But if we put economic growth, development model and economic growth using financial as a means, this is then will become a tonic for empowerment. Then look at what is the financial and banking system. If we put financial and banking system as a goal, then what happened? It has become a saboteur of democracy or pirate of local welfare. But then financial and banking system as a mean, it become a guardian of prosperity. So you look at this. Next please. No. It's still. Look at the goal. The goal itself will only giving a result as a phantom wealth. It's something that is, you can see a big disparity between the poor and the rich, the gap and everything. It's when you put this poison in development and saboteur of democracy. But we look at very closely on the tonic for environment and guardian of prosperity. Those two become very fundamental as a stone foundation for proper development. The result is real wealth. But you can see this need very clearly the community partnership paradigm. It's not investor-dominant paradigm. I just would like to read this very clearly, to look at back here. Progression from a simple living condition to a macro complex as a development definition. Theoretical and empirical relationship between the rate and pattern of local resource utilization concerning the social justice of the distribution of benefit and equity. Use of local resources to relieve poverty and improve the standard of living of local community or nation. But look what the community base is. The development definitions, increasing self-determination predicted in the notion that development is something our community country does to itself as a mean of reducing external dependency, and the freedom to define own needs and taking part in the decisions that affect own in life in utilization of the local resources. But this is very hard for us, especially in the developing countries, because we can see that superiority complex of the developed country. Just all of us realize how all our resources, who is actually utilizing that, our big resources. We have gold, mining, oil and gas. It's all still under big developed country. That is what we call it, the superiority complex that's become a hindrance for us to develop. But this is, we have to remove what we call it middle class arrogance. Next is participatory development principle for community-based development of social businesses. Passion have to come up from the community itself, above all. If the community or the people do not wish to be helped, leave them alone. Sometimes we don't know that they need their own local wisdom. They have plenty of local people that actually become harmony with their own environment. Suddenly what we think is good for them is actually we're not trying to be in their own shoes. This has become a big, big problem nowadays we face. Then second is development must be a participatory, a bottom-up exercise where ordinary people, all members of the community can understand, initiate and control the process itself. Also, its principal contribution to enhance the range of human choice for all members of the community without discrimination. So, we have just to remove this middle class arrogance and listen more on the community passion and aspiration. Then, what is actually the, when you call it transformation? I would like to share with you here the transformation is, nowadays in the mainstream is corporation and government officer. That is actually become the two very important in the development mainstream. What we have to do is, we have to create more social business and become a civil servant. So, the basic mental model is, it's not information enrichment, but information clogging demolition. We have to really look for more, what is going on out there. Because nowadays the media, which is in the hand of oligarchs, usually cover us to see the reality, what is happening in the community level, what is happening actually real in the grassroots level. Then also, increasing personal intellectual capacity. I felt that my today's stay here, I feel that my intellectual capacity is really increased very much, listening for so many professors and you know, giving and share their experiences, their research. But what we need is nurturing collective intellectual changes. That's what we need. Then, sharpening academic analysis. Yes, it is happening now. But what we need is broadening alternative methodology, perform on a stage as an actor, not to set a stage as a director. Because what needed by the government officer is become a director. Let the community or the people become an actor because they know exactly what they need, they know what to do. We just directed them. Of course, then you can see what we need is not so much policy maker, but let's become a change maker. So the paradigm or attitude is top-down approach, not actually what we did is bottom-up approach. On the economic value is supply-led, creating demands. That's, I will never forget. One thing that is very important for us to remember here is that, well, on the supply-led demand, creating needs, people are persuaded to spend the money they don't have, to buy things they don't need, to impress people, which is not very important and they don't care about. This is what we see. Then let's look at what we need is grassroots need fulfillment. And the investment methodology is investor dominance. We need to change to community partnership. This is on the green thing is social capital with love, care, and share. Then we have what we call it intrinsic value. Look at the red color. The material capital full of prestige, greed, anger is nominal value. What I call this is a darkness of destructive egoism. Hopefully, we can find what we call it brightness of creative altruism. Then this is my last slide, is that if we continue keep doing business as usual, our result will be global warming. Everybody was scared to have that, but I can see from the 1992 still unset WSD in the Johannesburg, even up till now, we still facing the global warming because we don't really transform ourselves. What we need is a global peace, which not conquer archetype using economic growth as a tool, as a goal of the development, but we need great mother archetype, the harmonic lives. So what actually we can cooperate in this region? I just would like to mention a very, we call it very meaningful project that we started from the very small one is when we started in Cinta Mekar with the UN ESCAP on the energy sector. We gave a chance for the local community to have a proper public partnership, having a very small energy generation and sell to the grid. What happened is that community now suddenly have an income because they sell the electricity to the grid and the money from the grid, from the national utility, goes back to the village. That's what we need, a become village development fund. And I was so surprised that more than 10 years now, the community already pay the school children from the poor family to go to school. They're creating free healthcare and other development issues. Last but not least, also we now starting with community-based tourism. I'm sure that in the Asia-Pacific countries, we are so fascinating area. But look, who is actually a very dominant in this sector. So we would like to start with community-based because we understood very well. If you look at the experience of South Tyrol or the northern Bolzano, the northern part of Italy, and since 1750, only the whole community who's starting that. Once the social capital has grown very well, they're starting to invite all big five-star hotel, Hilton, and then you have Novotel, all the groups. But what happened here is we have to really change this. Because what I see that people know nothing. Suddenly they have to leave their land because Novotel, Hilton, and all big, occupying their land. And they just become watching, and it's nothing they can be part of the mainstream in the development. Thank you. I hope my time is perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think it's a very refreshing presentation. Indeed, the challenge is that the social investment, I think now even the private sector is talking about corporate social responsibilities. And we are bringing the private sector into the discussions, even in the hardcore economic areas of financing for development, for them to make aware that, look, there is a world community at large, and they have a role and responsibility to take. So thank you very much once again. Our last speaker today is not last but not the least, Mr. Joysa, who is the chairman of Global Sustainability Solution. And he is also currently the Asian CSO focal point for UNEP. So Mr. Joysa, the floor is yours. Again, 7 minutes, please.
Sorry, if I do anything more than 19, I would be bad. If I do anything more than 13, less than 13, I would be really good given the status of it. So I'll take the fair share of 10 minutes. Let me start by, giving a historical analysis from 1972 to 2015, where the whole discourse of sustainable development started unraveling. But before doing that, I would like to pay my tribute to the man of partnerships in this process for the last many decades on earth, Mr. Maurice Strong, who opened up the gates and facilitated. He's no longer with us since last week, and we pay tribute to him. In the process, Maurice, in 1991-92, said the Earth Summit then was the last chance to save the Earth. As a young dreamer traveling across, that has stayed with me, and that was the last chance, and we are on borrowed time. In that process, in partnership, we have seen civil society starting as observers. I was one of the dozen whoever was there in the Palais de Nation in a balcony exactly like that, looking down on the deliberations as observers. And by the virtues of Maurice Strong and the Agenda 21, became major groups. And Bella Abzug from the United States was addressing the Bella Center as a civil society. Watchdog to issue makers, lobbyists to thematic experts. This is what we have been doing. We have been integrated and we have been partners leading the thematic issues and putting it on the tables, and through governments to UN, through all other forums. Now, the other process of business and industry from totally outsiders of this process of sustainability and the justice processes have become the insiders of the process. We need to underscore this. From donors to financiers, which is a completely different connotation and a dimension. And now, from supporters of sustainability agenda to the agenda setters. This is where the worrying factors do come into the broad. And please understand, when we say civil society, we are not talking about NGOs alone. We are talking a whole gamut that represents the rainbow of peoples on earth. Now, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. What is very clear that has come out is the government, business, UN partnership has been crystallized. That is for sure. That we do understand. That needs not go into dimensions of define. But what we do not see, and that we see, is that the civil society continues to struggle for an equitable partnership. When I say civil society, I go to the next level of people. Where do people come into the equation? You talk to our governments, they don't know sustainable development goals. They're hearing this now. Till the end of the negotiations, they had not heard about it even. You talk to the people in the grounds that you were talking about, absolutely does not appear in their agendas. Now, the issue of sustainable development goals and the 2030 agenda must be for the transformation, and it calls for a new generation of partnerships. Oh, why isn't this working? Oh, yeah, it does not want me to do. Okay, now this is where I need to start unraveling this whole business. Is the growth economics a problem or the solution? That is what we need to start asking now. The greed-based growth development model that has been harnessed by our governance systems have been an inequitable model. The partnerships built have not been for the people, have been against the people, and the nature. And what we need to see is that, can people trust a new transformation that has been put on the table? Now we need to start trusting something. That is where the problem is. We need to start trusting. But these trusting partnerships need to tell us that it is not the same failed model that we are going to embrace and tinker around using different terminology. Now, it's ironic that Maurice Strong himself had to say, we may get to the point where the only way of saving the world will be for industrial civilization to collapse. Maurice Strong was an industrialist who came to the UN system and then ended up in the civil society, the Earth Council, and so on. So please understand, we are in a point of partnerships that needs to be redefined to the core of it, so that we have a collective future together. The 2030 Agenda calls for a breakaway from the trap that has been laid in the growth model and the governance system that is slaving to serve a small group of people. There are graphics that I have shown where the growth model only serves a group of people and a group of companies and a group of countries. Now, the whole process of this now is becoming a little more damaging to the earth and the systems, because we have this emerging middle class who have found the methodology of the exploitative consumption methodology, and they are now consuming. Look at India, China, and so on. Now, the transformation must mean different contractual partnerships on earth. Okay, we are all here that the SDGs may be the transformation. Now, the question is, if the SDGs are going to be the transformation, then it will have to leapfrog our mindsets, it will have to leapfrog the comfort zones, and a phenomenal shift away from the dominant development model based on greed, growth, and inequality. New ways of human affinity with nature and well-being levels need to be brought into the core of governance and economic systems and social systems. Now, for the past few days, I have also been engaging, and I'm very grateful that this is my second engagement with Mr. Hassan, your department, and the macroeconomic process here. Now, totality that you see is that while for the past 40 plus years to 50 years, we have been discussing sustainable development and getting the dimensions, the 3 dimensions out, what we have seen is that even we talk about the 3 dimensions, the single bottom line of economic development is being taken in this corner. But we need to start changing the center. The center in life and on earth, in nature, in people, is not about economics per se. Whether it's macro or micro. It's about living in harmony. And that is where the ecosystem services needs to be defined by the macroeconomics much better. And we need to find a center which will have true transformation where equity within and all throughout generations will be sought. Now, I wanted to respond also to the UN and the ESCAP's role, particularly on the regional roadmap. Let me put a few points. Firstly, it needs to provide an integrated approach to the SDGs. I'm getting hiccups for the past, within the 3 weeks, I have been twice to ESCAP meetings for the CED and now the macroeconomics. It's a little worrying that we will be fragmenting and selecting certain goals and trying to create scoreboards for governments and processors to tick them off. Sustainable development goals are integrated, are systems. You cannot take one away and try to. Of course, governments will have their challenges, and we heard from the ESCAP division very clearly, demonstrating this. But that we need to echo very well. Then we need to provide political vision for transformation. We are in a transformatory period. Even in Sri Lanka, we have found new government. And the government is struggling to find vision, like any other government that we see on earth. Now, that transformation, the vision, needs to be provided because the sustainable development goals for reinterpretation should not be the way. We need to find the vision embedded in the policy processes. Provide strategic direction for key interventions. The means of implementation is critically important, but the mechanisms and the models and the engagement models we need to go into and provide guidelines and tools for implementation. Let me show you. This is what I have been doing. Yes, I have only 2 slides now. This is a composite index, and I have to thank Bhutan. For over a decade and a half, I've been following this as perhaps the best living model of sustainability indexing and planning goes into. There I have looked at least 3 to 4 dozens of indexes all over the world and come up with a composite index because I'm heading the sustainability committee in Sri Lanka's Megapolis project and advising the sustainability government. And have by 2 weeks ago had the opportunity of evaluating about 17 macro projects on the table before going hand. And from tangibles to intangibles, we have created a scoring board as well. Now, I have no time to discuss this. The plan would be to go from country to country, from business to business, from project to project, and help the UN system more methodologically and tangibly to say, this is how you score. 17 goals, 169 targets, 224 or whatever indicators is not going to help governments too much. It's going to clutter. You need to give them ways and means of doing this. My last slide. Now, what Ban Ki-moon, the United Nations Secretary General, on the 2nd of August said, bringing out the 2030 agenda, that this is a people's agenda, a plan of action for ending poverty in its all dimensions and so on. Now, and he says, forging partnerships with the people. Now, I also want to say that if this is the case, if this is the people's agenda, engaging all stakeholders, leave no one out. I've been hearing Mr. Hassan echoing this for the past 4 or 5 days while we were here. Fantastic. This is what we need to underscore. We need to underscore that no one will be left out. When I say no one, we need to be forging mindful partnerships and not just convenient partners. We can't be just hiring people and bringing people that we want and leaving those out who do not converge with the current paradigm. This is not about maintaining an old paradigm. Accept transformation. This is not about business as usual. The Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda can be truly transformatory. I am convinced. But it's the implementation. You can't be in your comfort zones and redefine it. This is about embracing and trying to find ways and unpacking it in our own ways as well. Finally, the new way forward. A new generation of partnerships are required. And to end with my tribute to Maurice Strong, and he says, what pleases me most is that sustainable development is on almost everybody's agendas now. It has been on the agenda for the past 3 decades. The idea is that collectively, do we flourish, or are we going to use the same methodology of divide and rule? I hope not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joya. Well, it's a very sort of provocative and presentation. I think let's have a couple of questions, if there are any. And let's open the floor for, I know we are getting hungry, no doubt. That means everybody's convinced with whatever people have said, including the last speaker. Okay. In that case, I would like to thank our speaker. Please give a round of long and loud hand to the speakers. And I would also like to thank 1 or 2 people, and especially Sudeep. Sudeep, can you stand? Is Sudeep here? Yes. He has done his team. There were a lot of other people who worked and supported him to make this initiative successful. And thank you very much, Sudeep. So if now Heather will have something to tell us about the lunch. Please, let's hope that this is a good lunch. Otherwise, we will have many, as they say, hungry person is an angry person. We don't want to have angry people around. Thank you very much. And please, all of you are invited for this lunch.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce that you are cordially invited to lunch. Lunch is in the reception hall on the ground floor of the conference center. Please kindly note that the committee proceedings will reconvene at 2:30. The report is now available and can be obtained from the conference room 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.